This case is probably one of my most requested cases ever.
I'm 22 years old and I'm still a virgin. It has been very torturous.
And it's just crazy, isn't it? Like a YouTuber turned murderer.
Welcome to today's episode, which just so happens to be episode 2.
Samantha wanted to become a YouTube star. She wanted to become famous, but she became famous obviously for all the wrong reasons.
Hey YouTube, I just posted a video.
Hey guys, we're doing the mommy tag. Hey guys, I'm just kind of posting a vlog about what's been going on.
Wow, where do I even start? Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. I hope you're all doing well. I don't even know where to begin. This case is probably one of my most requested cases ever, and I have been wanting to do it for the longest time, but there was so much research to do for this case, and I'm not gonna lie, when there is a lot of research, it's kind of intimidating and daunting, and I just kept putting it off for like certain reasons, and then other things just kept getting in the way. But I told myself I had to do this case before the end of the year, so here we are, just in time. So grab not even a snack, grab a whole meal, because we are going to be here for a while. So today we are finally doing the case of Elliot Rodger.
Hi, Elliot Rodger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you. I'm 22 years old and I'm still a virgin. It has been very torturous. It's not fair. You denied me a happy life. And in turn, I will deny all of you life. It's only fair. I hate all of you.
Yes, Elliot Rodger. Oh my God, where do I even begin? I don't even know what to say about him. Elliot is sometimes referred to as king of the incels because he would spend a lot of time in the online incel community. And this is where he formed some pretty disturbing, some pretty dark thoughts on society as a whole, but specifically women. Elliot called himself the Supreme Gentleman.
I'm the perfect guy. The Supreme Gentleman.
And he was particularly bitter about the fact that he was still a virgin, and also that no women ever seemed to be interested in him. He also published quite a few very worrying, disturbing, narcissistic videos on YouTube. I have watched all of them. I will be dropping clips in throughout this video so you can get an idea of yourself what he was like as well. But not only did he publish these YouTube videos, he also posted a 137-page manifesto. And yes, I have read it. I have read it all. Oh my God. And Elliot rambled on for 137 pages about how unfair his life was and how hard done by he was, which, spoiler, he wasn't. Like, I have zero sympathy for this person. Zero. But alongside Elliot's ramblings about his own life, he did also write down some pretty disturbing views on society, about women, just all of that. And unfortunately, after he posted this manifesto, Elliot did go on to carry out a very disturbing, horrific act. And today's case is not going to be easy to hear at times, so prepare yourself for today's case. And we have a lot to get through. I hope you're sitting comfortably. Elliot Rodger was born on the 24th of July, 1991, making him a Leo. He was born in London to his father, Peter Rodger, and mother, Lee Chin. Elliot's dad worked in the film industry as a director, and he worked on a lot of TV commercials, like that kind of thing. But also later on, he did become the assistant director in The Hunger Games, the film. Yeah, I know, pretty big deal. Elliot's mom, Chin, was born in Malaysia, and she moved to London at a pretty young age. And she was a nurse, and she found work on film sets as being like the nurse on film sets and stuff. And that is how she met Elliot's dad. But before she did meet Elliot's dad, she did become friends with some quite famous directors like George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. And she actually did date George Lucas at one point as well, which I just found kind of fascinating. So Elliot's parents meet, they get married, and they have Elliot. And at the time that Elliot is born, they are living in London, but they decide that they don't really want to raise a child in the city. So they do move out to the countryside. They move out to Sussex, where they did have like a very nice home in the countryside, like literally typical English countryside. I can imagine it was like this nice little cottage with all these fields around. And if you couldn't guess, Elliot's parents, given the kind of work that they do, were pretty well off. And this is kind of a running theme throughout this case, that Elliot, even even as a child, but especially when he was growing up, was absolutely obsessed with wealth and status. He would like to brag about how wealthy his parents were and the status that they had. And he would also judge other people if he thought that they were below him, like if they didn't meet his status, which those people are always the worst. He would definitely put a lot of emphasis on designer brands, the make of his cars and other people's cars, and the area that he would live in. For Elliot's preschool, he was enrolled in an upscale private boys' school, preschool thing. And for the first 5 years of Elliot's life, he was very happy. His life was pretty much perfect. He would play in the woods surrounding their house. He would build snowmen with his dad. He had quite a lot of family that would always be around. He had quite a lot of cousins that he would always play with. He would also go on vacations quite a lot all over Europe. He'd actually gone to quite a few countries at a young age. He lived a very privileged life. And then when Elliot was 5 years old, his parents did have another child. They had a little girl who they called Georgia. And Elliot actually wrote in his manifesto autobiography, he wrote that the first 5 years of his life were just pure happiness and bliss. Zero red flags, nothing here that would even remotely suggest why he turned out the way he did. And then just after Elliot's 5th birthday, Elliot's dad made the decision that the family should move to the US. And he was a film director, of course, and he just felt like there was going to be more opportunities for him in LA. So he moved the whole family over there. So the family bought a house in LA, and this was a fancy ass house. He had a huge swimming pool, had balconies with amazing views. It was a very, very nice house. And Elliot was absolutely thrilled to be moving into this absolutely amazing home. Like I said, from a very young age, he put a lot of emphasis on wealth and status. And I bet you're thinking, okay, he's moved to a different country. Is this where things maybe start to take a turn? But no, he had a very smooth transition from the UK to the US, because when he first got there, everything was going great again. Everything started off amazingly. He started school, he made loads of friends, he fitted in so well. He had lots of play dates, he went to birthday parties, he was socializing with loads of kids in his school, loads of kids in his neighborhood. His parents also did have quite big social circles, and he would socialize with the children of his parents' friends. So he had a huge group of kids. He had a very active social life. And when he moved to the US, this is when he made his first female friend called Maddie Humphries. And this is pretty significant because in Elliot's manifesto, he said that Maddie was his first and only female friend he ever had. But anyway, everything is going really well for Elliot, and everything is also going really well for Elliot's dad's career. He's working for some pretty big TV companies, but this also means that he doesn't spend too much time at home because he's away at work all the time. But this didn't affect Elliot at all. He was actually really proud of his dad and how well he did, but he was only proud of his dad because his dad was doing so well, which meant that he was earning more money, which meant that the family had more money, and Elliot likes wealth. However, because of Elliot's dad traveling a lot for work, this started to cause tension in Elliot's parents' marriage, and Elliot's parents started to argue quite a lot, which did cause Elliot quite a bit of anxiety. So then one day, Elliot approaches his mom and asks his mom, "Are you and dad splitting up?" To which his mom replies, "Oh no, don't be silly, like nothing's wrong, we're never going to split up." And she kept reassuring him that everything was fine. But the thing is, everything wasn't fine. And when Elliot was 7 years old, his parents did get divorced. And this completely threw Elliot, because literally only a couple of months prior to them getting divorced, Elliot had that conversation with his mom, and Elliot just felt really betrayed by his mom, because he was just like, why would you tell me that you would never get divorced? And then a couple of months down the line, you are getting divorced. And this did shatter Elliot's trust in his mom. And I couldn't help but think, there was no evidence to back this up, like not in Elliot's manifesto or anywhere else, but this is just me thinking, I couldn't help but think, was this when the distrust of women, the resentfulness and hatefulness towards women began? Because he did lose trust in his mom and he felt like his mom betrayed him? I don't know. You know, I think too deeply into things sometimes. So his parents get separated and his mom moves out of the family home. She moves into a smaller home and his dad stays in the family home. And Elliot is now living between the two houses. And then a couple of months later, Elliot's dad introduced him to his new girlfriend. And Elliot's reaction to his dad getting a girlfriend was so weird, like just not normal at all, because you got to remember here, Elliot is only 7. And I've got a quote here from his manifesto, so I'm going to have to look down so I don't get this wrong because it's quite long. In his manifesto, he wrote, "Because of my father's acquisition of a new girlfriend, my little mind got the impression that my father was a man that women found attractive. I subconsciously held him in a higher regard because of this. How weird is that? He's 7. Who thinks like that at 7 years old? But regardless of Elliot's opinion of his dad or of his new dad's girlfriend, who would become his stepmom. They do get married down the line, but we have so much to cover in this case. I had to cut some things. Elliot would not like his new stepmom at all. They would not have a very good relationship. But a lot of the clashes between Elliot and his stepmom was that Elliot thought that because she wasn't a biological parent, she didn't have the right to impose rules on him. And he felt that the rules that she did impose were too strict. So yeah, basically that is their relationship in a nutshell. So Elliot's school life, his early school life anyway, was pretty normal. Absolutely no red flags. Nothing to point out that could even suggest why he turns out the way he did. This is the thing about this case. I couldn't get over how normal his childhood is. I know he's very wealthy and I know he's very privileged and he obviously experiences things that most of us don't experience. But overall, his childhood is very normal. So Elliot throughout his childhood would just be normal. He collected a lot of Pokemon cards, he played on his Nintendo, had a lot of friends. The only problem that Elliot seemed to ever have was that he wanted to be one of the quote cool kids. And Elliot believed that the friends that he currently had didn't fit into this category. Elliot believed that he was destined for better things. And Elliot never invested a lot of time in his friendships, in any of his relationships really that he had. So even though he did have quite a lot of friends at this point, he didn't put that much effort into keeping them as friends. Elliot was just always looking at the cool kids in his school. He wanted to be friends with them. So he would look at them and try and emulate what they were doing. So when the cool kids stopped playing with Pokemon, Elliot stopped playing with Pokemon, even though he loved and was obsessed with Pokemon. When the cool kids started skateboarding, Elliot started skateboarding, even though he didn't really love it to begin with and he wasn't really very good at it, but he made himself do it because he thought that by skateboarding, he would automatically become one of the cool kids. Elliot also dyed his hair blonde because one of the cool kids, I think the leader of the group, had blonde hair. He also asked his parents for new clothes because he didn't feel like the clothes that he was currently wearing were cool enough. Basically, Elliot did everything and anything that he could to try and fit in with the cool kids. But at heart, Elliot was just really shy and everything that he was doing wasn't truly himself. He wasn't being himself. And Elliot became obsessed with the quote cool kids for pretty much the rest of his life. Elliot even blamed his parents for not molding him into a cool kid. This is definitely another running theme throughout everything. Elliot would always look to blame other people. He would never blame himself. But spoiler, he's a narcissist, so what do we expect? But the other problem that Elliot had, which wasn't really his fault, not all the time anyway, is that Elliot moved school so much. It was ridiculous. When I was reading his manifesto, it felt like every other paragraph he was like, I've moved school, I've moved school, I've moved school, I've moved school. And I was like, how many times does this person want to move school? He literally moved school, and I'm not even talking about when he gets to college, because he also moves college as well. I'm just talking about school, middle school and high school and everything. He literally moved school 10 plus times. It was absolutely ridiculous. A lot of the times he would move school because his parents would move house and he was going between the two houses and he was just doing what was convenient. But sometimes as well, he would also want to move school because he didn't fit into the current school that he was in. But basically he didn't fit into the school because he didn't fit in with the cool kids, if that makes sense. So this obviously did lead to a very unstable school life, and this probably did contribute to the fact that he did struggle with friendships as well, because he's moving all the time. Like, how are you supposed to keep friendships when you're that young as well, when you're moving school all the time? So moving school a ridiculous amount of times and his parents getting divorced, those two things are pretty much the only two things that may have had a significant impact on Elliot's life. And I don't know if this is a bit weird for me to say, but I was expecting more trauma. I don't know. I feel like I'm just so used to doing these videos and looking at people's backgrounds, and they have some of the most horrific childhoods that I've ever heard of. So I was expecting more, because what Elliot goes on and does, and the hate and resentment and anger that he has, I was expecting more, and I don't know if that's weird for me to say. Okay, so Elliot is now entering 4th grade, and this is when Elliot starts to become very aware of his appearance. It was at this point that Elliot realized that he was the shortest in the class, and he absolutely hated this. He saw himself as very small, as very weak. He would even play basketball because someone had told him that if he plays basketball, that would make him taller. So he played basketball obsessively every day for a very long time, but shockingly, it didn't make a difference because I've never heard of that before, but obviously playing basketball is not going to make you taller. And this was just the beginning of Elliot's lifelong battle with insecurities about his self-image, about his appearance. So at the age of 11, we're jumping forward a couple of years now, Elliot does enroll into Pinecrest Middle School, which is a private school. He had to wear a uniform, like they're very fancy. And this is when Elliot's experience at school starts to go downhill a little bit. Again, he struggled to fit in with what he called the cool kids. And when Elliot would make an effort to interact with the cool kids, they would just end up mocking him and teasing him. And this soon did turn into bullying, and Elliot was called the weird kid that no one wanted to hang around with. So now Elliot is kind of changing his mind on the cool kids. He calls them, in his words, in his manifesto, the obnoxious jerks. And Elliot mainly didn't like the cool kids because he felt that he should be accepted into their friendship group. So he then started to see the cool kids as his enemies, even though he would still want to be one of them. Like, he would do anything to hang out with them. So he was kind of like a love-hate relationship, even though it was only one-sided. Does that make sense? And Elliot also did experience a very significant event when he was at middle school that would traumatize Elliot for years. And I'm sure you can guess by my tone, it's pretty pathetic, but let me tell you about it. So one day, Elliot is playing with some friends, boys, because he doesn't like girls, and they're all tickling one another because they're children, they're 11, and they all turn on Elliot and start tickling him, and he is extremely ticklish. So he was like moving around, like trying to get away from them, and he accidentally bumps into a girl. And this girl, who is about the same age as Elliot, is so annoyed that he bumped into her. So in retaliation, the girl pushed him. Not even that hard, just pushed him, like, get off me. You know, like, I feel like we've all done that. And that was it. That was it. That is the traumatizing event that Elliot experienced. And when I was reading his manifesto, he was building this up. Like, he was building all of this hate and this resentment towards girls. And he was like, this is the significant thing that happened that traumatized me, that started off my hatred towards girls. And I was like, oh my God, what happened? And he got pushed. I was like, really? Really? But Elliot was furious that this girl had reacted in that way. He couldn't believe that she had the audacity to push him back. I have another quote for you about this experience from Elliot's manifesto, so I'm going to be looking down. Cruel treatment from women is 10 times worse than from men. It made me feel like an insignificant, unworthy little mouse. I felt so small and vulnerable. I couldn't believe that this girl was so horrible to me. Yeah, very dramatic. And from this moment on, he pretty much saw all girls as evil and cruel. And he became very nervous, very timid, very insecure, very shy around girls as well from this moment on. There were a couple of other significant life events that happened to Elliot when he was in middle school. And the first was that his dad announced that Elliot's stepmom was going to be having a baby. And then Elliot had a new baby brother that they called Jazz. And at first, Elliot was really excited of the prospect of being an older brother to a little brother, because obviously he had a little sister. But we're not going to go into too much detail on the relationship that Elliot had with his little brother, but let's just say it does turn a little bit sour. And the other significant life event that happened to Elliot is that his dad stopped paying child support, which meant that Elliot's mom was forced to move out of her house into an apartment. And this did not sit well with Elliot at all, because we all know he likes his status, he likes his wealth, and he believed that an apartment was below him. So Elliot's reaction to all of this was like, are you being serious? An apartment? I have to move into an apartment? He couldn't believe that his mom would sink so low. It's like, the way he thinks, I have no words. But because Elliot was so embarrassed about the fact that his mom and himself have moved into this apartment, he refused to have any friends over. And I think the fact that Elliot moved into an apartment and he was embarrassed about where he lived was a real trigger for him becoming more and more reclusive. Because even though he didn't have many friends, he still did have a handful of friends, and they would come to his house quite often. Well, all of this stopped, and his friends were slowly dropping off one by one, and Elliot was pretty much making zero effort into keeping them or even making new friends. So Elliot's life consisted of him going to school, hating every single minute of it, not really having many friends, not really interacting with many people right now, coming home and playing video games. He was absolutely obsessed with World of Warcraft. And the only break that he really had from all of the time in his room playing video games was when he got to go to the premiere of Star Wars. I know. He went to the premiere of all three, episode 1, 2, and 3. He went to all three premieres. And that was because his mom was friends with George Lucas. And I just think, how privileged are you, Elliot? It's like, do you know how many people would kill for this experience? And he did like going to premieres because it made him feel important. But I just wanted to include that because it didn't really add much, but it just gives you an idea of the kind of privileged lifestyle that Elliot is leading. Next up, Elliot would be going to high school, and he was absolutely petrified at the thought of this because of the cruelty of girls, and he was very scared of girls. So he begged his parents to send him to an all-boys school, which is what they did. He attended a very prestigious all-boys private school, and almost immediately he absolutely hated this. And during his first week at school, the other kids, like when it was lunchtime, would throw their food at Elliot. Like, the bullying was pretty bad that he did experience in high school. And then it was around this time as well that Elliot was exposed to something that is very significant in this case, and that is sex. His first exposure to sex was when he was alone at a internet cafe, and he went to this internet cafe quite a lot to play World of Warcraft, and he noticed an older boy that was on his own watching pornography on one of the computers. And Elliot was 13 at the time that this happened, and this event left him absolutely traumatized. And Elliot said in his manifesto, quote, "Finding out about sex was just the beginning of my horrific downfall." And as he went through high school, more and more people, especially the boys, started to talk about sex. And when Elliot was in the 9th grade, boys in his class started to brag about the fact that they were having sex with girls, with their girlfriends. And Elliot couldn't even fathom how they were doing this. I mean, they were only 14, and let's be realistic, they probably weren't. I mean, maybe some of them were, but most of them probably weren't. And as time went on, Elliot was exposed to more and more conversations like this, and he started to just become really envious that all of the boys, it seemed, were having sex with girls and he wasn't. He said in his manifesto, quote, "Words cannot describe how much hatred and envy I felt for those boys. The hatred would only fester the more I suffered from my sexual starvation." And this just made Elliot retreat into himself more and more. He was playing World of Warcraft just more and more. He felt like the only thing that he had to live for was World of Warcraft. And the bullying that he was experiencing at school had got worse. So he begged his parents to send him to a different school. So at the beginning of 10th grade, they did find him a new school. However, Elliot didn't realize that they would be sending him to public school, and he was absolutely horrified at this for a number of reasons. He was horrified because it was going to be a lot bigger. There was going to be a lot more students there. There would also be girls there because he was previously at an all-boys school. But most of all, he thought that the public school was beneath him. So Elliot went to this school, but he didn't last long. He only lasted 2 weeks. He dropped out after 2 weeks because the bullying that he was experiencing got that bad. So his parents agreed to send him to a continuation school, and I didn't know what a continuation school was. And apparently a continuation school is a school that has been designed for students that are having difficulties at school. And these can be a range of difficulties, like difficulties at home, like parents, drugs, difficulties at school, like bullying. And a continuation school just offers students a more flexible work environment. And at this continuation school, Elliot would only need to spend 3 hours of his day at school, and then he would get the rest of the day to himself. And Elliot was like, "Oh my God, this is incredible. I only have to spend 3 hours at school, then I can go home and play World of Warcraft for the rest of the day." Again, this makes him retreat even more. He doesn't attempt at all to socialize at this new school. And this is how Elliot spent the rest of his time at high school, from the ages of 16 to 18. And throughout this time, Elliot suffered quite badly with loneliness and depression. He wanted a social life, at least that's what he said in his manifesto, but he just didn't know how to get one. And the problem with Elliot is that he only wanted a social life with, quote, the cool kids. So Elliot was spending quite a lot of time on the computer playing World of Warcraft, but also online, and this is when his dangerous views started to form. So he's starting to see things online about sex, about teenagers having sex, and again, this would fill him with rage at the thought of people his age having sex, and he wasn't. And this made him develop quite extreme feelings of resentment and anger, hatred towards all people having sex. Not just women, especially women, but not just women.
Look at them. He's in heaven right now, sitting on this beautiful beach with his beautiful girlfriend, kissing her, feeling her love, while I'm sitting here all alone because no beautiful girl wants to be my girlfriend. I hate them. I hate them so much. Why does he deserve to get that experience and not me? I can only imagine the heavenly things they'll be doing together when they go back home tonight. I'm sure they'll be having sex. What will I be doing? Lying in my bed alone, with no one, because no one wants me.
And Elliot felt that he had been condemned to live a life of celibacy. And he saw this as a massive injustice. This is where I have to hold my tongue, because Elliot felt like he was owed sex. And he believed that he deserved it more than the boys that were having sex. And he believed that girls should be throwing themselves at him because, oh my God, he has the biggest ego. Ego is not even enough of a word to describe what Elliot is. He is on another level. And the thing is, Elliot put in no effort to, I hate saying this, but to try and get a girlfriend and to try and have sex. Like, I hate even saying that, but he put in no effort. He believed that if he dressed really nice, if he did his hair, if he drove a nice car, the girls would just flock to him.
I don't know why you girls are so repulsed by me. It doesn't make sense. I do everything I can to appear attractive to you. I dress nice. I'm sophisticated. I'm magnificent. I have a nice car, a BMW.
So he spent a lot of time just walking around his neighborhood, and he would see young couples holding hands, kissing, just hanging out. And this would fill him with so much rage. And even at this point, which I just found really weird, is that he fantasized about being a powerful dictator. But because he was a powerful dictator in his fantasy, he would have the ability to outlaw sex, because he believed that if he wasn't getting sex, then no one should be getting sex. So Elliot finishes high school and he enrolls into a community college that is near his dad's house in the Woodland Hills area of LA. However, once again, Elliot doesn't have a very good experience and he drops out. So now he's just living at home, not doing anything. And his mom is just like, I'm not having this. You're going to have to do something. You either go to college or you get a job. So Elliot decides, well, I don't really like college, haven't had a good experience there, I'll go get a job. And he thinks that because he is Elliot Roger, he is very important, and he also comes from a pretty wealthy, entitled family, that he will just be going into this job and doing actual office work. Like, he won't be going in at the entry level, he'll be going in a few levels up. And Elliot, to his horror, had to do menial tasks like cleaning. He had to clean bathrooms, which he was absolutely horrified about. And he said in his manifesto that there was no way he would ever degrade himself into cleaning bathrooms. So to no surprise, he quits his job. But his parents still take the same approach that he can't just sit around doing nothing, he has to get a job or go to college. And this is when they suggest that they will pay for him to attend college in Santa Barbara. So Elliot's parents take him to Isla Vista to visit the colleges there. And Isla Vista is a community in Santa Barbara, and it's pretty much just a college town. Most of the people living there are attending the two nearby colleges, and the two colleges are UCSB and Santa Barbara City College, and Elliot attends Santa Barbara City College. So Elliot and his parents are driving around the streets of Isla Vista. They're taking a tour of the little area, and Elliot sees that this whole town is pretty much just college students, and he's like, oh my God, this is my opportunity to become one of the cool kids. So he moves to Isla Vista and attends college and attempts to have the life that he has always dreamed of. But as always, things don't exactly go to plan for Elliot, and that is because of Elliot. Nobody else, because Elliot instantly turns his nose up at the roommates that he has because he thinks they're below him. Elliot would constantly change roommates in the hopes of finding one of the cool ones. And in true Elliot fashion, he puts absolutely zero effort into socializing, into trying to make friends. He expected everyone to come to him. He expected everyone to want to be friends with him and flock to him. So he would just wait around in different areas of the campus, waiting for other college students to approach him because they wanted to be friends with him. And when they didn't, because people don't really do that, he was left really angry and really frustrated. How dare none of these people approach me and want to be my friend? And this is just a common theme throughout this whole story. Elliot expects everybody else to put in all of the work, and he expects to do nothing. And Elliot's approach to getting a girlfriend is it's comical. It's just like, what is this actually real? So Elliot's approach to getting a girlfriend was to put on nice clothes, sit in a cafe for hours, sit there looking pretty, and he would expect girls to just approach him. So because Elliot is just sat in this cafe and no one is approaching him, he's getting really frustrated. And he thinks, how dare people not approach me when I look this good? Something else that was really frustrating him as well is that he was still a virgin. And he just thought, how are all of these ugly people, these are his words by the way, how are all these ugly people having sex and I'm not? So Elliot's college experience went on like this for quite a few months, pretty much the same as high school. He would be really angry at everybody else around him having fun and having sex. And it was fast approaching his 20th birthday. And this was a huge deal for Elliot because he couldn't bear the thought of turning 20 and still being a virgin. So he made a huge effort to lose his virginity. But I should probably stress this, is that he made a huge Elliot effort. So this was his huge plan, to lose his virginity before his 20th birthday. Mind you, his 20th birthday is only 12 days away. So for 12 days straight, he goes and sits outside of Domino's Pizza, and he sits there and he hopes that a girl will just approach him. And I don't know what he was thinking was going to happen. And this girl was going to magically take away his virginity. Why would anyone approach him? He was probably not even eating pizza. It's like, how strange would that look? And he did this for 12 days in a row. And to be honest, I'm surprised that Domino's let him do that. I mean, surely he was driving customers away. But in these 12 days, Elliot actually did make his first attempt to speak to a girl. Yeah, first attempt. He's complaining so much that girls keep rejecting him left, right, and centre. And he's only now, at 19, basically 20, making his first attempt at speaking to a girl. So he was just walking. He was probably walking to Domino's to sit outside of Domino's, and he was coming to cross a bridge, and a girl was coming the other way to cross a bridge. And when they met in the middle of the bridge, Elliot said to the girl, "Hi." That was his big effort, and the girl just carried on walking. She didn't say anything. And this was a really big deal for Elliot because he didn't talk to girls, and he had to build himself up to say hi to this girl. And he was outraged. He was so angry. He was so furious. How dare she ignore me? How dare she not say hi back? I mean, first of all, she may not have even heard him. But I think it's safe to assume that Elliot was probably acting a little bit strange and suspicious. So I can't really blame her for just carrying on walking. But after this little situation, Elliot felt so humiliated that he found a bathroom on the college campus and just cried for an hour. And that was Elliot's attempt at losing his virginity. Sat outside of Domino's and saying hi to a girl. So Elliot is now 20. He's still a virgin and he's still living a very miserable and lonely life. And he would continue to be filled with rage every time he would see anybody really having fun, but especially young couples. And it was around this time, just after he turned 20, that Elliot decided that he was going to start lashing out at people to get revenge on them. So one morning, Elliot is at Starbucks because he was quite Starbucks obsessed. He went there every day.
Enjoying a nice vanilla latte.
So he was having his morning Starbucks and he saw a young couple in line at Starbucks, and they were being a bit lovey-dovey. They were holding hands. I think they were kissing. They were just in love, you know, like maybe showing a bit too much PDA. And Elliot became absolutely livid at this couple. And as they were leaving the store, Elliot thought, right, I'm going to do something about this. So he follows them out of the store. He has his Starbucks in his hand, his little morning latte. Elliot then follows the couple onto the street and the couple approach their car. They're about to get into the car. However, Elliot decides to pour his latte over the couple and then he runs away as fast as he can because he's so scared. And he felt exhilarated. This was the first time that he had lashed back, that he had got revenge. And then he proceeded to do this a few more times, pouring drinks over people that he didn't like. And then there was this incident where Elliot was driving around in his car, because he would drive around quite a lot in his fancy BMW. So he was driving around, he was wearing a really nice shirt, he was feeling himself, he thought he looked really good. And he saw these two girls just sat at a bus stop. He pulled over to these two girls, he put his window down, and he just smiled at them. I don't know why in Elliot's mind he thought that that would be appealing. It's like, just put yourself in the position of those girls. They're sat at a bus stop and this strange man pulls over and just smiles at them. He doesn't say hello, nothing. He doesn't say a word. He just smiles at them. And they don't smile back. They don't do anything. They just look at him. And Elliot is furious at this. He's like, how dare they not smile back at me? So what does he do? He gets his Starbucks latte and he chucks it over them. So Elliot didn't really have much going for him at this point, but he did have something that did cheer him up just a little bit, and that is that he was going to another film premiere. And that is that he was going to go to the Hunger Games premiere. I know, the Hunger Games. Remember I said at the beginning of the video that his dad was the assistant director on the Hunger Games? Well, Elliot got to go and walk down the red carpet and go to the premiere of the Hunger Games. And Elliot absolutely loved this because he loved living the life of luxury. But this was still not enough to drag Elliot out of the misery of the thought that he would never lose his virginity. And Elliot started to believe that the only way that he was going to lose his virginity is that if he became rich and powerful. So Elliot wanted to become rich. I mean, his family were already pretty well off, but Elliot wanted his own money and he didn't know quite how to do this. But he soon came up with the ingenious plan that he was going to win the lottery. So when he was younger, his dad gave him the book The Secret. And if you're not familiar with The Secret, it's basically just very briefly, it's all about the power of positive thinking and the idea that if you believe in something enough and you put it out there in the universe, you can actually manifest it. So this is what Elliot did. He would meditate for hours every single day and he would envision himself winning the lottery, and he truly believed that this was going to work. Now, I'm all about positive thinking, okay? But there's just some things that you just can't control, and winning the lottery is one of them. But Elliot started to believe that it was his destiny to win the lottery, and that as soon as he won the lottery, he would be rich and powerful, and then he would be able to get any woman he wanted. So Elliot started playing the lottery, but of course he was unsuccessful. But he kept believing, he kept meditating, and he kept playing the lottery, and he would spend a lot of money. He would spend $50 to $100 at a time. He would also drive to different states to try and increase his odds. And of course he was unsuccessful, and in true Elliot fashion, every single time he lost, he would get so pissed. He would think that he was so hard done by. He would think that the world is out to get him. But he didn't give up. Apart from World of Warcraft, this is probably the thing that he stuck to the most. So he kept on playing the lottery, and the lottery had gone to a point where the jackpot was like $650 million. And Elliot thought, okay, this is my time now. Clearly I was meant to lose all of the other times I've played because I am destined to win that $650. Of course he didn't. But he truly believed that he was going to win this $650, so he spent $700 on tickets. Are you being serious right now? It's like, does he not even realize how privileged he is to spend $700 on tickets? It's, oh my God, I can't. So following this, Elliot's behavior started to become a little bit more dangerous, let's just say. We are now in 2013, which is the year before the horrific attack. And this is when Elliot starts to embed himself in the incel community online. So in case you're unfamiliar with the term incel basically just means involuntary celibate. And incels define themselves as people that want sex, but they can't have sex. They can't find a partner to have sex with. So therefore they are forced to be celibate against their will. And there are quite large incel communities online where people would gather to discuss their frustrations, to discuss their anger, their rage, their resentment. A lot of these discussions do display resentment and anger towards women, against society, about people just in general having sex. A lot of the discussions as well involve a lot of self-pity and a lot of entitlement to sex as well. So of course, I have literally just described Elliot. He identified with this community a lot. It was probably the first time that he found a community where he belonged. And I just want to say quickly that the incel communities have existed for a very long time. They existed before Elliot was around. They've existed since about the early 2000s, so kind of the beginning of the internet. But unfortunately, because of today's case, because of Elliot Rodger, he did make the term incel more prominent in the media, and now a lot more people know about incels and that community. And yeah, he really kind of highlighted the incel community. And also, because of this case, this is another side note, this is actually another really sad thing that has come from this case. Since the case of Elliot Rodger, there have been an increased amount of attacks from people that identify as incels. And there was even an attack in August of 2021, this year, in the UK from someone that was an incel. Of course, I do want to stress this. Not everybody that identifies as an incel is a violent person like Elliot. Of course they're not. But Elliot, and unfortunately some other people, do have more extreme views in the incel community, and they do want to commit acts of violence against people who they perceive as their enemy. And then this led Elliot down another dangerous path, an interest in firearms. Elliot started to go to shooting ranges and he enjoyed the feeling of holding a gun. He said that it made him feel powerful and in control. And by the end of 2013, he had purchased 3 handguns, which he kept in his room on the college campus. And it was around this time that Elliot had even more disturbing and dangerous thoughts, and that is that he was seriously considering harming those and inflicting violence and pain on those people that he saw as his enemy. And this is when he started to fantasize about committing these acts of violence, which he called the Day of Retribution. So in this so-called Day of Retribution, Elliot fantasized about carrying out a violent act of revenge. He wanted to go out onto the streets of Isla Vista and cause as much pain as he could. And it's said that Elliot started to think about this Day of Retribution as early as him starting college, when he first arrived in Isla Vista, and he was slowly planning this Day of Retribution over the 3 years that he attended college there. So it's now summer 2013, 9 months before the attack, and Elliot decides that he's going to have one last go of living the life that he's always wanted, which is being one of the cool kids and being able to attract whatever woman he wanted. So he started working out, he bought himself some new clothes, he got his mom to buy him a new car, a new BMW, and he thought, right, surely I'm cool enough now. So one night he had a few drinks to give himself some confidence, and then he started to walk the streets around where some house parties were going on, and he stumbles across this house party. He goes inside, and in usual Elliot style, he stands in the corner and waits for people to talk to him. But no one approached him. But when no one approached him, he got really angry and furious and he stormed outside. And when he went outside, he saw that there were a few people, I think they were from the same house party. They were like on this roof ledge thing. I don't really know where they were. They were just high up on this roof thing, and it was like flat. There was a little seating area up there. So these people were up on this ledge thing. Elliot saw them, they were having fun, and Elliot was like, I'm gonna go up there. So Elliot goes up onto this ledge and tries to hang out with the guys and girls that were up there, but they don't really want Elliot up there. Elliot got really, really angry. So what does Elliot do? He starts trying to push the girls off the ledge. And I've got to stress here, this ledge is about 10 feet off the ground, but Elliot is a bit drunk, and in his drunken state, he can't, thankfully, push these girls off the ledge. And then the guys that were up there, they ended up pushing Elliot off the ledge. So Elliot has been pushed off this ledge, which is 10 feet off the ground. He lands on like his ankle and it snaps. Oh, ew. He then got to his feet, which I don't know how he did. He's just snapped his ankle, but Elliot managed to get to his feet. He stumbles away. Further down the street, he comes across this other crowd of young people having fun. He starts to try and pick a fight with them. He tried to punch one of them, and in the end, Elliot got punched in the face. He ended up with bruises all over his face, and then I don't really know what happened, because the next thing that I know is that Elliot is in the hospital because he's snapped his ankle. And it was pretty serious. Elliot had to have surgery, and he was in a hospital for a few weeks recovering, and it took him a very long time to recover from this incident. So because it took Elliot months to recover from his surgery, that meant that he was spending even more time alone, which for someone like Elliot is not good. So we are now jumping to New Year's Day 2014. Elliot has pretty much recovered from his surgery from his ankle, and he wakes up and he thinks, right, it is finally time to carry out my day of retribution. In his manifesto, he wrote, "This was the year in which everything will come to a close. In this year, I will finally have my closure, my vengeance, my retribution. I have been rejected, insulted, humiliated, cast out, bullied, starved, tortured, and ridiculed for far too long. It was time to plot exactly what I will do on my day of retribution. I will be a god, punishing women and all of humanity for my depravity. So Elliot decided that he was going to carry out his day of retribution in just a few months' time. So in these months, from pretty much New Year's Day to when he carried out his attack, he started to upload many videos on YouTube. And this is because Elliot wanted to finally share his views with the rest of the world. Elliot would often drive around Isla Vista on his own, and he would just record himself expressing his views about women, about his hatred towards society, about his hatred towards men. I did watch all of his YouTube videos as well, and that was pretty painful, not gonna lie. A lot of the footage that he recorded was so narcissistic. Oh my God, so cringe. He would shower himself with compliments, and not in like a positive, uplifting way. Oh my God, it was just so cringe.
I'm such a magnificent guy. I'm beautiful. You can't deny that. I've traveled all over the world. I have so much to talk about.
But a lot of these videos were just repetitive. A lot of the messages were just the same, just over and over again. The general gist of the videos was, poor me, I'm a victim, look at me, I'm beautiful, I'm amazing, I'm magnificent, I am owed a girlfriend, and I am owed sex. And throughout the videos, I just couldn't help but notice how inauthentic they were. They just seemed fake. It just seemed like Elliot was playing a character and it wasn't really him. Like, I just couldn't get past that his eyes and his mouth were saying two different things. It's like they weren't connected. I don't know if any of you will know what I mean, but his eyes, they just seem dead. It just seems like there's nothing going on there.
But girls are not sexually attracted to me. There's a major problem with that. A major problem. That's a problem that I intend to rectify. I, in all my magnificence and power, I will not let this fly. It's an injustice that needs to be dealt with.
It's a bit scary actually how dead and empty his eyes are. It's just weird. You know when someone smiles and their smile doesn't reach their eyes? That's how I felt about Elliot's videos. What he was saying wasn't reaching his eyes. And how fake is that laugh that he was doing? It was so awkward. Like, oh, it's just everything. It's just weird. It was like he was playing a character, like he was playing some sort of villain and he'd like taken notes from a film, like, oh, I should do this. I should do an evil laugh. Elliot also spent these few months creating his manifesto. But like I said, it wasn't your typical manifesto. It was basically an autobiography because it was 137 pages. And these were A4 pages. These were huge. In total, Elliot wrote 107,000 words. And just to put that into perspective, that is the same amount of words as Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. He wrote a goddamn novel, and I read the whole thing. Why, you ask? I don't know. I thought it was going to be useful, and I'm not going to lie to you. It was excruciating reading that. But it was just so repetitive. It was like the YouTube videos. He just kept going on and on and on about how unfair his privileged little life is. And when I got to the end of the manifesto, I was just like, so what happened? Like, what happened to him that was so bad? Yes, he went through some bad things. Who hasn't? But what has happened to him that's that bad to create all of this hatred and rage and resentment towards women and towards society? In my opinion, he just came across as whiny and entitled. There is a running theme throughout the manifesto. No surprise, it is about how cruel women are. But I could only think of two events that happened to Elliot where he classed women as cruel. And that is the one when he was in middle school, where he was being tickled and he got pushed into that girl and that girl pushed him back. And then the other time when he was in college, when he walked across the bridge and he said hi to the girl and she just ignored him. And that is it. That is the two incidents where women were cruel to Elliot. So when I finished the manifesto, I was just shocked because I was just like, what happened? Like, seriously, what happened? Nothing happened. That's the answer. And if you're considering reading the manifesto, don't waste your time. It's literally so boring. It's so repetitive. So then at the end of the manifesto, Elliot wrote in detail about his plan and what he wanted to do and carry out on the day of retribution. And I've got to warn you here, this is not nice to hear. So he split his day of retribution into 2 phases. The first phase would actually take place the day before the retribution, and the second phase would be the day of retribution. So on the day before the retribution, Elliot was planning on going to his dad's house and killing his brother Jazz and his stepmom. Elliot had grown to despise his younger brother because he believed that his younger brother was growing up to be cooler than him, and he couldn't stand the thought of his younger brother living this cool life that Elliot never got to lead himself. And he couldn't bear the thought of his younger brother overshadowing his legacy. So therefore, he decided that he must kill his brother. And then he never liked his stepmom. So that is why he wanted to kill his stepmom. He decided that he wasn't going to kill his dad. Very nice of him, isn't it? He decided that he didn't know if he could go through with killing his dad, so it was best just to not even try. So he was going to wait until his dad was out of town, which his dad was out of town quite a lot because of work. So then Elliot planned, after killing his younger brother and stepmom, he would go back to his apartment on his college campus. And this is where he would kill his 2 roommates. And he wanted to kill his 2 roommates so he could have the entire apartment for his torture and killing chamber. And then he would somehow lure people back to his apartment using, quote, trickery. He would then torture these people by stripping off their skin and by pouring boiling water all over them whilst they were still alive. He would then slit their throats and decapitate them. He would then store all of these decapitated heads in a large bag. And that was phase 1. And then the next day, the second phase would start, and this would be the day of retribution. Elliot's plan was to go to what he described as the hottest sorority house of UCSB. He would go there around 9 p.m. and sneak in. Just before a party was about to start, he would slaughter every single person in that house. He then planned to burn the entire house down. Following this, he wanted to go out onto the streets of Isla Vista in his car and run over as many people as he could. And then for the final showdown, he wanted to drive onto the main street, get out of his car, get the bag of decapitated heads. He then wanted to empty the heads out onto the street, shocking everybody that had gathered around him. Elliot wrote in his manifesto, quote, "Everyone will fear me as the powerful God I am." Elliot then planned to take out his guns and just open fire on the people that had gathered around him and kill as many people as possible. And he even wrote in his manifesto that as soon as police would approach him, he would then turn the guns onto himself. So now we are in April 2014, and we are fast approaching the weekend that Elliot wants to carry out his day of retribution. However, days before he plans to carry out his day of retribution, he catches a cold, and he decides that he's going to have to delay his plan by a few weeks. So he then set the date for Saturday, the 24th of May. So in those few weeks where Elliot had delayed his plans, the police actually show up to his apartment. So Elliot opens the door to the police and he's thinking, oh my God, they know my plan. They're going to search my apartment. They're going to find all of my guns. They're going to find my manifesto. And Elliot right now thinks that he's been caught, that he's not going to be able to carry out his day of retribution. So it turns out that someone had seen Elliot's YouTube videos, became very concerned and reported them.
This world, it's so twisted. It's so cruel. And you girls make it cruel.
So then the police had arrived at Elliot's apartment to carry out a welfare check, because the police were concerned that Elliot was going to take his own life. I don't know, but I don't think they were, but I don't know if they thought that he was a threat to others. I'm pretty sure that they just thought that he was a threat to himself. But Elliot, somehow, I don't know, he turns on the charm and he convinces them that everything is okay. And the police actually leave without searching the apartment. And this has happened so many times now in these cases, and I can't just help but think, if the police had just searched his apartment, they would have found the guns, they would have found the manifesto, and this could have been prevented. So then this takes us to Friday the 23rd of May 2014, which is sadly the day that the tragic events of today's case take place. So Elliot starts with phase 1, and his dad was actually home this weekend, so Elliot abandons his plan to murder his brother and his stepmom. Tragically though, Elliot did carry out the next stage of his plan, which was to kill his 2 roommates. His roommates were Chung Yuen Hong and George Chen, and on that Friday they both had a friend over, Wei Han Wong, and tragically Elliot stabbed all 3 to death. And then at 9:17 p.m, Elliot uploaded his final ever YouTube video.
Hi, Elliot Roger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you. I'm 22 years old and I'm still a virgin. And it has been very torturous. It's not fair. You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy, and yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men, instead of me, the supreme gentleman. I will punish all of you for it. You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one, the true alpha male. Yes. Well, now I will be a god compared to you. You will all be animals. You denied me a happy life. And in turn, I will deny all of you life. It's only fair. I hate all of you. I've waited a long time for this. I can't wait to give you exactly what you deserve. Utter annihilation.
And then 1 minute after uploading that video at 9:18 p.m, Elliot emailed his 137-page manifesto to 34 people, and this included his parents, some other family members, some school teachers, and also some of his old friends. And when people saw this manifesto, the police were immediately contacted. Elliot's mom and dad as well, as soon as they saw the manifesto, immediately left home and rushed to Elliot's apartment. But unfortunately, it was too late. So originally, Elliot was supposed to carry out his plan over 2 days, over a Friday and a Saturday. However, it seems like he changed his mind for whatever reason, because it's just Friday right now, and he's deciding to carry out phase 2 on Friday. So less than 10 minutes after Elliot emailed his manifesto to those 34 people, he was already outside the sorority house. He got to the front door, he tried to get inside, but the door was locked, so he started banging on the door, trying to demand his way in, shouting, swearing, and people were inside the sorority house and they were aware of Elliot, and as you can imagine, they were absolutely terrified. So because no one opened the door, Elliot did give up on trying to enter the sorority house, thankfully. However, when he turned around to abandon his attempt to the sorority house, he did see a group of 3 girls walking down the street. And he decided, well, seeing as I can't get into the sorority house, let me just take out these beautiful girls right here. So Elliot pulled out a gun and tragically started shooting at the 3 girls. Tragically, 2 of the girls, Catherine Cooper and Veronica Weiss, lost their lives. The 3rd girl, Bianca, was shot 5 times, but thankfully she survived this attack. After this attack on the 3 girls, Elliot then got into his car and started driving around the streets of Isla Vista. He then drove to a nearby deli where he got out of his car and just started shooting randomly into the building. And the footage of this, because there is footage, is absolutely horrible. Like, I can't even put into words how absolutely terrifying that would be to be in that deli. And you can see everyone is panicked and ducking for cover. And inside the deli, a man, Christopher Michael Martinez, would tragically lose his life because of his gunshot wounds. Elliot continued to drive around Isla Vista, just randomly shooting at people on the street until eventually the police caught up with him. The police did shoot at Elliot, and one of the shots did hit Elliot in his hip. Elliot then crashed into some parked cars. The police got out and rushed to his car to arrest him. But when they opened the door to the car, they found Elliot dead with self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the head.
I just was advised by the Sheriff to share in custody. He's been shot as well.
Major developments after that shooting rampage in California. Tonight, investigators pouring through that manifesto and, of course, the gruesome discovery in the alleged gunman's apartment. More bodies after his shooting spree in the streets. A community still in shock tonight. Thousands gathering at a park, candles in hand, holding a tearful vigil for the dead and the injured. Friends leaning on each other, so many new victims, so many others witnessing the shooting spree itself, lasting several minutes. And the slow and steady line of people this Sunday placing flowers at every stop along that route of terror.
And obviously the aftermath of this absolutely horrific act sent shockwaves through the community. The police and the media tried to go through Elliot's YouTube videos. They went through his manifesto to try and figure out, why did Elliot do this? And like I said before, this is when people did start to focus on the incel community. Elliot did shine a light onto the incel community. But what was even more worrying, disturbing, absolutely disgusting is that people in these incel community online forums were actually praising Elliot for what he did. They were lifting him up. They called him the king of the incels. No, I don't even want to think about that. And you know what? We're not going to talk about them anymore because they're worthless pieces of shit and they don't deserve to be talked about in this video. On the day after the killing spree, a candlelight vigil and a memorial service was held, which was attended by over 20,000 people. Elliot's roommates and their friend Chung Yuen Hong, George Chen, and Wei Han Wong were all best friends and had a bright future ahead of them. Wei Han's mom has said that she is extremely proud of her son, who was a very gifted computer programmer. George's mom has spoke about how incredibly kind, how incredibly generous he was. And Chung has been described as one of the kindest, most generous people you will ever meet. And he was always willing to help everyone that he could. Katie Cooper, who was shot just outside of the sorority house, was only weeks away from graduating from her art history degree. And she has been described as smart and unforgettable. Veronica Weiss, Katie's friend, who was also shot outside of the sorority house, has been described as fierce, strong, and smart by her dad, and he has also said that she will be forever missed. Christopher Martinez had planned to go on to law school, and he had an incredibly bright future ahead of him. He has been described by his dad as just an all-round, just an amazing, great kid. And Christopher's dad actually did go on TV to talk to everyone after the attack.
Why did Chris die? Chris died because of craven, irresponsible politicians and the NRA. They talk about gun rights. What about Chris's right to live? When will this insanity stop? When will enough people say, stop this madness? We don't have to live like this. Too many have died. We should say to ourselves, not one more. Thank you.
And this case has just completely stumped me. I don't even know what to say. Like, my heart feels so heavy right now. It's like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't. When I started the research, I knew how heavy and horrible this case was. But when I found out that Elliot had wrote this 137-page manifesto, I knew I was going to read it. And I thought, reading that manifesto, I would get some, I don't want to say answers because I'm not excusing what he did, but I thought that there would be some evidence to suggest how he turned out the way he did. Why did he have so much hate, anger, resentment towards the world in him? What caused that? And yes, he went through some hard times, but who hasn't? But nothing on the scale that I was expecting. And Elliot's parents have spoke out publicly after the shootings, and they have said that they did not see this coming, and I believe them. Even when I was watching Elliot's videos, I didn't buy into his character that he was putting across. And as far as I know, Elliot was never officially diagnosed with any mental health issue, and he never mentioned anything about a diagnosis or anything like that in his manifesto. He did speak on depression, anxiety, those kinds of things, but he never spoke about a diagnosis or anything like that. I do know that Elliot did visit different therapists, and he was prescribed some medication for something. I don't know what that was for, but I also know that whatever medication he was prescribed, he didn't take it. I mean, it's not for me to say. I'm not a medical professional. I don't want to start speculating on mental health. I don't know. There was clearly something going on. Definitely delusions. Narcissism, maybe. Depression, anxiety, we know that. And I don't know what else. And I did see a psychologist talking on a documentary on this case, and he said that even if Elliot did get a girlfriend, even if he had no trouble with girls or anything like that, the outcome of this case would have still been the same, because Elliot would have just directed his hate, his anger, and his resentment at something else. And I completely agree. I mean, he may have been frustrated that he was still a virgin, that he couldn't get a girlfriend, etc. But I don't believe that that was the sole motivator, if that makes sense. I do feel like this is one of the rare cases that nature probably plays more of a role than nurture. Like, I just think that Elliot was born a certain way. I don't know. Oh God, nature, nurture. But let me know all of your thoughts, because I really want to know, because this case has me stumped. I just don't have any answers, and I just don't know what to say. And my heart goes out to all of the victims, friends and families. I hope you're doing okay. Hi everyone, welcome back and welcome to another true crime and makeup video. Today we're going to be covering the case of Samantha Woolford. And this case gained a lot of attention because Samantha wanted to become a YouTube star. She wanted to become famous, which kind of did end up happening in the end, but she became famous obviously for all the wrong reasons.
Hey YouTube, I just posted a video probably like 10 minutes ago.
Hey guys, we're doing the mommy tag. Hey guys, I'm just kind of posting a vlog about what's been going on with me.
And this case was quite strange to research because there is so much footage of Samantha online. I mean, her YouTube channel is still up. All of the videos that she ever uploaded are still there, unless she took them down and privatized them before all of this happened. And I actually watched every single one of her videos that she still has up on her channel. She has a total of 88 videos on her channel, and I watched every single one. At times I wanted to pull my hair out, I'm not gonna lie. And I just felt like I had to watch every single one of her videos, and thankfully a lot of her videos are like the 3-4 minute mark, so they weren't like half an hour long each. And I know there've been other cases where people have YouTube channels or they've uploaded videos onto YouTube, but this one was different because Samantha's content, a lot of the time she would just sit down and talk to the camera about whatever's on her mind. And I've never had that before, where I've been able to watch so much footage of someone and almost get a sense of who they are, at least the persona that they're putting across on camera anyway. And it was a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie.
But don't cross me, because then I can be really, really mean.
But Samantha's channel wasn't really getting a lot of attention, definitely not the kind of attention that she wanted. But it did in the end, kind of. Not that she ever saw that, because obviously, spoiler, she's in prison. But yeah, I suppose in a weird way, she got what she always wanted, and that was to become famous. So, yeah. So Samantha was born on the 28th of August 1989, making her a Virgo. And Samantha was the eldest of 3 siblings, and her mother was called Rosie Woolford. Now, I couldn't find out the exact birthplace of Samantha and where she grew up, but I know she lived near, and in her later life she did live in Mount Pleasant, Texas. Her family describe her as very bubbly, very friendly. A lot of people like her, and I can definitely agree with that from her YouTube videos. She's definitely quite outgoing in her personality. She's very talkative, and I know you can't always judge what people are truly like on camera, but she did come across kind of like an extrovert. She seemed very confident.
We were up all night, of course, so I'm dead tired. I've been on my feet all day long in a pair of high heels. I don't wear high heels, ever. This chick is not a high heel person.
But obviously through the camera, you never truly know what is going on in someone's head. But her family also describe her as very nurturing and very motherly. And from a very young age, Samantha knew what she wanted to do in life, and that was be a mother. She wanted a family. And then at the age of 19, her dream came true because she fell pregnant with her high school boyfriend. And not only was that a shock, but she actually found out that she was having twins. And the father of her children did stick around, but he was only really around for a couple of years. And Samantha kind of figured out that, yeah, he's not the one. He's not the best father. He's not husband material. And she did end up leaving him. And Samantha became a single mom, and she had to figure out how to make this work. How was she gonna support her children? And Samantha said in one of her YouTube videos that she did work 3 jobs at one time whilst also putting herself through college and bringing up the twins.
When I was 18, I was working 3 jobs to try and support myself. Their dad wasn't helping out. I didn't have any, 3 jobs at 18.
and still trying to go to college.
And I don't know what her jobs were apart from one, and she was a newborn photographer, but she did have other side jobs as well. It was around this time where Samantha met a new man, Ernie Ibarra, on Facebook, and they instantly hit it off. Ernie was born on Christmas Day 1985 in Mount Pleasant, Texas, and Ernie has been described as an extremely caring person. He would literally do anything for anyone. He was always like there for people, reliable, and Ernie was extremely intelligent. He was just one of those kids in school that was just super smart. He was a bookworm and he would stay up all night reading books, but he was also really into computers, technology. It was just something that he took to like a duck to water, and he was also super into gaming. But computers ultimately became like his main like hobby, passion in life, and it was said that he could literally take a computer apart and put it all back together. And that just blows my mind. Like, I don't know how people do that. And Ernie did go on to study technology at college, and he went on to get a job at a local baseball bat manufacturer. And it was said that this job was pretty highly skilled. Not just anyone could walk in and do that job. You did have to have like the special skills, the special knowledge, you know? And Ernie was doing really well for himself. His family was so proud of him because of how well he was doing. So Samantha and Ernie's relationship gets off to a very good start. They just instantly click. They have a lot of the same interests. They're both really interested in like tattoos, piercings, and they would often go together to get tattoos done. And Samantha would sometimes talk about her and Ernie's relationship online on her YouTube channel. Both the good and the bad. Samantha definitely overshared.
He was basically family, but we had never face-to-face met, which scared the hell out of me because I don't meet people online. I see all these stories about women meeting people online and them getting killed. Yeah.
Samantha's phone was her life. She was always on social media. She was always thinking about her YouTube channel. She was always thinking about videos that she wanted to film. And this was definitely one aspect of Samantha's life that Ernie did not like. Ernie was quite a private person. He didn't want his private life just be put on social media, on YouTube. And Samantha was the complete opposite. Samantha, it seemed like anyway, she wasn't really scared of sharing pretty much anything online. And of course, no relationship is perfect, but in Samantha and Ernie's relationship, I think the YouTube channel and the fact that she would share so much on social media was definitely the element of their relationship that they would clash over the most. Now, it wasn't too long after they started dating that Ernie actually spent a little bit of time in prison. And he spent, from what I could find out, roughly around a year in prison. And it was reported that he got into a little bit of, it said fight, but I don't know, an altercation with a police officer. So Ernie was pulled over by this police officer and he had quite a few traffic violations. And it's said that Ernie's temper just got the better of him and he was charged with assaulting a police officer. Once Ernie left prison, he wanted to make a fresh start. It's said that prison did mature him and he was at that point in life where he just wanted to take things a little bit more seriously, grow up, and he felt like he wanted to take his and Samantha's relationship to the next level. So he asked Samantha to move in with him. He wanted to live with her and her 2 children. And he wanted to give being a family like a proper go. And this is what they did. They all moved in together and it said that their family was just like really close and they had like a really loving, affectionate little family. Samantha said in one of her YouTube videos that Ernie wanted to adopt her 2 children.
But he still is my best friend and he wants to adopt my kids. He wants to, he doesn't like the fact that their father's not on the birth certificate, so the void on the birth certificate really bugs him, and he wants me to allow him to put his name there, and I mean, he really is. He's just the greatest person ever. I love him to death.
And I do just think this shows the kind of person that Ernie was. I mean, we know that he's very loving, very caring, but I do think it says a lot that he wanted to step up and be a parent to Samantha's children. But not only that, Samantha and Ernie wanted to extend the family even more. They wanted to have more children together. And it wasn't long after deciding this that Samantha did fall pregnant again. And guess what? It was twins again. It's like, what are the chances of that? I mean, I don't know, maybe it's more common than I think, but that just seems crazy to me that someone would have twins and then have another set of twins like the next pregnancy. But anyway, their family of 4, the twins and Ernie and Samantha, was now growing to a family of 6. And money was already tight for the family when they were a family of 4. So now adding 2 more was just going to make the financials a little bit tighter than they were. And I don't know the exact ages of Samantha and Ernie at this particular point in the story. Obviously, I know when Samantha and Ernie were born, but I don't know when the twins were born. But Samantha is in her early 20s and Ernie is in his mid 20s. Samantha was the one that stayed home looking after the 4 children, which meant that the whole family relied on Ernie to earn the money and to financially provide for the family, which meant that Ernie ended up getting a second job at a local pizza place. And he didn't mind getting a second job. All he wanted to do, like his main focus, was to support his family, was to provide for his family. But working 2 jobs is not easy. He was working ridiculously long hours, and after a period of time, that would take a toll on anybody. And Ernie was always exhausted. And because the children had grown up a little bit at this point, I don't know the exact ages, and he thought that maybe it would be a good time for Samantha to also get a job to help to ease the pressure a little bit on Ernie, so he wasn't the only person that was providing financially for the family. Now, like I said, I did watch all of Samantha's videos and she did talk about jobs that she had, but I'm going to be honest here, it wasn't always clear watching Samantha's videos whether she was talking about the present or the past. She talked about that she had a job at her dad's tattoo shop. She worked on the piercing section of the shop and she did the piercings and she ran the piercing section of the shop. And I am inclined to think that that was a past job, because if that was her current job, Ernie wouldn't be telling her to get a job. So it was a bit difficult at times to figure out what the truth was from Samantha's videos, like what was actually current and what was past and what was even real. But anyway, back to the story. What is reported is that she didn't have a job. So that's what we're just going to go with. Samantha wasn't too keen on getting a job. She actually liked spending all of her time at home and she quite liked not having to work. So Samantha had an idea. She wanted to start making money from her YouTube channel. And this job would be absolutely perfect for Samantha because one, she could stay at home pretty much all day. She also loved social media. She loved talking. She loved talking about herself specifically. And she felt like this would be the perfect job for her. And also on top of the fact that she did want to be famous. And Ernie accepts this. He's actually quite supportive of what Samantha wants to do. And he continues to work his multiple jobs and Samantha tries to grow her YouTube channel. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Samantha's strategy was with her YouTube channel because there was none, basically. There was no strategy whatsoever. The best way I can describe Samantha's channel is random. It kind of seemed like Samantha would just turn on the camera and say whatever is on her mind at that time. There are lots of different kinds of videos on her channel, but the most common would be that she would find like an article or something online about something going on in the world, or even about a conspiracy theory or about somebody that was famous or whatever. And she would essentially read out the article on video and give her reaction to it. So kind of like a reaction video, but more to like news articles and stuff like that. And a lot of the articles that she would pick would kind of revolve around child abuse. Not all of them, but there was a lot of child abuse, a lot on the CPS. But there was other kinds of content on her channel. There was a couple of makeup tutorials, there was a couple of hauls, there was some vlog style footage where she would actually be out somewhere. There was tattoo videos, piercing videos. But most of the style of content that she did, she would just be sat there talking to a camera, whether it was about an article or something that she found online, or just about herself or her family or her children. And this was back in 2012, and YouTube was a very different place in 2012 than it is now. There wasn't so much pressure to like have really good cameras or have really good lighting or have like really good backgrounds. Not that I have a good background, but you know what I mean. There wasn't as much pressure. It was more amateur and it wasn't as crowded. There wasn't as many creators online. So it was easier in some senses to stand out. And I do think that Samantha could have had a chance to make something of her channel if she had a little bit more strategy, a little bit more focus, a little bit more direction and planning in her videos. But yeah, her videos are just random. And this goes on for quite a while with Samantha trying to grow her YouTube channel and Ernie working multiple jobs to earn money for the family. And in the beginning, like I said, Ernie was pretty supportive of Samantha's choices. However, after a while, he did get really fed up. And it wasn't just the fact that Samantha wouldn't go out and get a job and she was just trying to grow her YouTube channel, which wasn't really going anywhere. It was the fact that when Ernie got home, Samantha was also neglecting her chores, the house. The house was always a mess. It was always dirty. And Ernie would have to pick up the slack in the house as well. Like, he was pretty much doing everything. And it seems like Samantha's only focus, only priority was YouTube. Everything that Samantha did, it was always about like, oh, could I film this? Like, what could I film? Like, what could I put on my YouTube channel? And this seemed to come above paying attention to her family, to looking after the house, and even came above looking after her children. Even the things that she did with the children, it was all about how it could possibly turn into a YouTube video. And there's definitely evidence of this on her channel. She does show her children quite a lot on her channel, and it does kind of seem like sometimes, this is just my observation, but it does kind of seem like she does use her children for views. And this started to bother Ernie, which I can't say I blame him. He didn't like their personal lives just being put on YouTube, and he especially didn't like the children being put on YouTube. And even after Ernie's request to stop putting the children on YouTube, Samantha thought it was a really good idea to film her daughter dancing in the car whilst Samantha was driving. And it's like, you're driving with a child. Maybe you should be concentrating on driving, looking at the road, not filming your daughter. And Ernie, quite understandably, didn't like this. He went a bit crazy over this because Samantha is being reckless and she's just filming her daughter dancing because she thought it would make a cute YouTube video. And Samantha was quick at times to air some family drama. Like I said, she was a bit of an oversharer, and it is reported that Ernie had just had enough of Samantha's behavior and he left her. And it was not long after this that Samantha actually suffered an injury when a baby changing station fell on her at Walmart. And she did actually get quite badly injured from this. She did talk about this on her YouTube channel. And like I said, Samantha isn't the most clear in her YouTube videos, but from what I could make out, she injured her neck and her hips, and she was in quite a lot of pain. She wasn't sleeping very well because she was in so much pain when she was lying down, and she also struggled to even pick up her children. Because of her injuries, she was struggling in the house, she was struggling with her children, and Ernie's sister Abby actually started to help out. And I think it is around this time that Samantha does start to struggle a little bit with her mental health. I mean, she has been injured in this incident at Walmart, but she's also struggling with the fact that her YouTube channel isn't doing as well as she'd hoped. I couldn't find out exactly how many subscribers she had, but it was definitely under 100, and she was struggling to even get 100 views a video. And Ernie could tell that Samantha was struggling, so he agreed to like give it another shot, help her out, move back in, mainly for the sake of the children, but like he decided to give it another shot. So they're giving their relationship another go, and then unexpectedly Samantha falls pregnant again. And she even talks on her YouTube channel that neither herself or Ernie really want this baby, like it's not really good timing.
That's a little... yeah. No, I'm not exactly excited about this.
And she's also convinced as well that it will be twins, because so far she's had 2 sets of twins, and she's convinced that this next pregnancy will also be twins. And Ernie as well, he's thinking about the finance. He's thinking, things are already tight. I already have 2 jobs and we're only just about coping. But on Samantha's YouTube channel, she moans about Ernie and she says that he's not really around during her pregnancy and he doesn't really want anything to do with her. And I don't know how true it is. I don't want to accuse her of lying or anything, but that is the only place that I heard that Ernie didn't want anything to do with the pregnancy. I didn't see that anywhere else. And obviously I know it's coming from Samantha, who is there in the situation, but sometimes it does feel like she's exaggerating or dramatizing things just to make maybe a more interesting YouTube video. There's also a little argument between Samantha and Ernie, and it's a really stupid argument, and I didn't really know where to fit it in, but I thought it was important to say it in the story. So Ernie likes to play games. The game that Ernie is playing, his online avatar marries another female gamer's avatar. He didn't know this female gamer, like it was just someone that he played the game with, and Samantha did not like this at all. And that is the extent I know of that little argument. And on the surface, it seems kind of like a stupid thing to argue about, because that argument did blow up into quite a big thing. But we don't really know what else could have gone on. Maybe Ernie was flirting with that other girl. Maybe that could have explained why Samantha went so crazy and did blow up. But things between the pair did seem to get a little bit better when their child did arrive, because Samantha did only have one child. She didn't have another set of twins. Samantha and Ernie actually decide, you know what, we should get married. And they ended up getting married in just a small ceremony. And friends and family just noticed that even though the relationship was maybe a little bit better than it was before, it was still strained. They were still arguing all the time. It wasn't the best situation. They weren't always the happiest. And then one day, Abby, who is Ernie's sister, was visiting Samantha, and Samantha made a shocking confession. She said to Abby that her and Ernie had gone into an argument the night before, and Ernie had actually hit her. And Samantha ends up showing Abby the bruises on her arm to prove it. And Abby and the whole of Ernie's family were just completely shocked about this, because it was just so out of character for Ernie. He was such a caring person. He would never lay his hands on anyone. And Ernie's family did not believe this at all. It wasn't just this one time that Samantha had come out and said that Ernie was abusing her. From this moment, she was going around and telling multiple family members that Ernie was abusing her. And these abuse claims were never proven. However, Samantha did end up reporting Ernie one time for domestic abuse, and Ernie was arrested. However, he was released and nothing actually came of this. However, Samantha stands by these claims, and she continues on to tell multiple people that Ernie is abusing her. And she also says repeatedly that she wants something done about it. Now, there is only one video on her channel where Samantha does bring up abuse, and she doesn't actually say it herself. It was like this video where she had all of these like post-it notes, and there's all these messages on these notes, and she just keeps revealing one after the other. And it's on one of those notes where she says that she has been abused. And their relationship just kind of went on like this for a very long time, very tense, very strained, with Samantha just telling loads of different people that Ernie was abusing her. And then on the night of the 19th of February 2015, Samantha is currently 25 at this point. Something absolutely terrible happened. Samantha calls up her mom in the middle of the night, and she is just screaming frantically. She tells her mom that there has been a break-in in the home. So she told her mom that 3 men broke into the house just in the middle of the night while Ernie, the children, Samantha were all sleeping. Samantha then said she was ripped from her bed, thrown onto the floor face down, while the 3 men started to violently beat up Ernie. The 3 men then tied Samantha up, and then they kidnapped Ernie. So as you can imagine, Samantha's mom is panicking. She's freaking out at that point. Can you imagine your child phoning you up in the middle of the night and telling you that? So her mom phones her sister, who's called Ginger, so Samantha's aunt, and the aunt lives closer to Samantha, and that's why she phoned her sister to go over, because she would get there before she could. So Ginger, of course, agrees, and she's first to arrive on the scene. And when she went into the house, she went straight upstairs, and Samantha is still tied up on the floor. Samantha's hands were bound, and also her feet. And then Ginger, after she found Samantha, her next thought immediately went to the children, because there is 5 children in this house. And thankfully, the children were completely unharmed. They were actually still asleep, which Ginger kind of thought, that's a little bit weird. If there's been this break-in, if there's been this violent attack, they were violently beating up Ernie, how is it that not one child woke up? But another thing that Ginger also found weird is that all of the children were asleep in the same room, which apparently was not normal. They didn't all share the same room. So the fact that they were all still asleep, but also asleep in the same room, was just very suspicious. And this is definitely something to remember, because we do come back to this point later on in the video. So Ginger unties Samantha, obviously, and the first thing she wants to know is, how the hell did you phone your mom if you're tied up? And Samantha said that she did it with her nose. That's right, you heard that. Samantha said she phoned her mom using her nose. She somehow, with her hands tied behind her back, wiggled to the phone and then used her nose to dial the number or to phone her mom. So when I heard this whole nose thing, I was like, can you actually do that? Like, can you actually use your nose? So I I tried it. Now I could do it. I dialed a couple of wrong people because it's very weird. You can't like judge where your nose is gonna go. So it's not the easiest, but it is possible. But it was easier for me to do because I have Face ID on my phone. Now this is back in 2015 and Face ID didn't exist. So let's just say she had an iPhone and it had fingerprint ID, which obviously she couldn't do with her nose. But when you do have the fingerprint ID, like if you try a few times and it doesn't work, it does kind of come up for you to put the passcode in. Like I said, it's kind of hard to judge accurately where your nose is gonna go. So it's highly likely that you would get your passcode wrong, and obviously if you get it wrong so many times, you get locked out of your phone. Or maybe she didn't even have a passcode on her phone, which would have obviously made everything a lot easier. And I feel like I've been going on about this nose dialing for a very long time now, but you guys should try it, like see if you can do it. So yeah, it's definitely possible. This story is plausible, but it's suspicious, and I'll just leave it there. Ginger also notices that Samantha's car is missing, and she's like, where's your car? Like, where is it? Did they steal it? Where is it? And Samantha just shrugged off this question and said, oh, it's not supposed to be here right now. Okay, that's a good enough explanation. I mean, I feel like you should maybe explain yourself a little bit more than that if your husband's just been kidnapped. The police arrive on the scene not long after Ginger arrives, and Samantha shows them around the crime scene. There's actually footage from a body cam of Samantha showing the police around the crime scene.
What'd they have you tied up with?
Upstairs, I don't even know what it was.
Come show me where it was. Don't touch it. Just...
That was around my ankles.
What was that originally?
They got that out of my top drawer. It was a
Is that
dress.
a dress? And the ribbon?
The ribbon they had with them.
Okay, they brought that pink ribbon with them? Or did it come from out of there?
They may have got it out of there before they woke us up. They were using this to tie him up with. I don't know what this is, but they were using that to tie him up with.
Okay.
And immediately the police are looking around and they're like, something's not quite right here. I mean, obviously the police go to a lot of crime scenes, so they kind of know generally what crime scenes look like for different crimes. And this didn't look like a break-in and a kidnap. They could see from the scene that there had been some kind of struggle, but it just was weird. There was something off. Nothing had been stolen from the house. It just seemed weird that these three men apparently broke in the middle of the night, kidnapped Ernie, and didn't steal anything. They didn't take anything. They left all of these valuables just lying around. The only really noticeable damage to the house was that the door had been kicked in, and the police were just getting a feeling that the crime scene almost looked a little bit staged. So the police take Samantha in for questioning, and she starts by telling them that she was asleep when the three men broke in, and the first time she became aware of them was the sheets were like pulled back from her, and before she knew it, she was being thrown onto the floor. Then she saw the three men that broke in, and they started to violently beat up Ernie.
And slowed me down on the floor face down and pressed the blade that he had against my throat. And while he's tying my hands, there's just fighting going on. And they kept hitting him, they kept hitting him.
This police ask her, like, what did these three men look like? Can you give us any details? But literally all she could say was that they were dressed in all black and they were wearing masks, so she couldn't see their faces. She then tells the police that the three men tied her up and then kidnapped Ernie. And it was at this point that she somehow managed to call her mom with her nose. And while Samantha is being interviewed, obviously the police are out looking for Ernie. And the first thing that police try and do is track down Ernie's cell phone, because Samantha told the police that the intruders took Ernie's cell phone. So the police are like, okay, so if we can track down this cell phone, at least we'll know where the intruders are, which will hopefully lead to Ernie. And there is good news, because the police actually get a ping on Ernie's cell phone, and they do tell Samantha this. And because of this, they're able to like know at least one of the locations that at least Ernie's cell phone has been. And they're like, this is really good. Like, this is gonna hopefully help us track down your husband. keep note of this. And while the search for Ernie is going on, the police continue to question Samantha. And there is just something about Samantha, just like her behavior, like the things that she was saying, was just making the police question, like, is this really true? Like, can we trust what she's saying here? One thing that the police found extremely weird is how many times Samantha kept telling them how perfect her and Ernie's relationship was. It's almost like she was trying to convince the police how perfect her and Ernie's relationship was, so the police wouldn't suspect her in any way of anything. And of course, the police actually know that the relationship is not as perfect as she's making out, because remember, there was that incident where she reported the domestic abuse. So even though this allegation wasn't proven to be true or false, it's still on their records, and it still shows that maybe their relationship is not as perfect. And the police continue to interview Samantha through the night. The intruders broke in and took Ernie around 1 a.m. and it was very quickly that the police came and actually took Samantha in for questioning. So they've been questioning Samantha for a very long time. And over again, Samantha just keeps repeating herself, saying like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know who would do this. I have no clue about anything. And then around 9 a.m. the next day, Samantha actually changes her story. She actually turns around to the police and says, I think I might know who did this. But before she reveals anything, before she gives up any names, she wants assurances that she's not going to get in trouble. And also that is why she has kept this information to herself, because she thought, because she knew who did it, she would get in trouble. So Samantha starts with her story about how she knows maybe who did this.
Okay.
I've been up in the hospital with my friend Charlotte. It's talking about how a man shouldn't treat a woman that way and how you don't do those things to a person, and he's gonna deal with the situation.
She starts by saying that she met a man in a hospital just a few days before when she was visiting her friend Charlotte. And this man was Jonathan Sanford, who was 25 years old. He was actually the boyfriend of the friend she was visiting. And he had also recently been released from prison. Now, Samantha's friend was in hospital for a cesarean section, so she was in hospital for at least a few days. So Samantha went to the hospital a few times and he was there at the hospital. And on one occasion when Samantha was visiting Charlotte in hospital, she started talking to her about Ernie, about how he would constantly pester her, how he was always checking up on her, and also about the abuse. We know that Samantha does like going around telling everybody this. And it was at this point that Jonathan joined the conversation, and he said to Samantha that himself and his brother-in-law, Jose Ponce, could, quote, take Ernie out of the picture, end quote. Now, this is Samantha's story, and apparently she didn't know what Jonathan meant when he said take Ernie out of the picture. I don't think it takes a genius to figure it out. However, being interviewed and everything that's gone on, she's starting to wonder whether Jonathan could be behind this. She also said that apart from seeing Jonathan those few occasions that she visited her friend in hospital, she had no prior relationship with him. She didn't know him, really. So the police go and arrest this Jonathan person and bring him in for questioning. And he pretty much straight away admits that it was himself and two other men that broke into the house and that they kidnapped Ernie. He also named his two accomplices, which one of the accomplices was his brother-in-law, Jose Ponce, and that the other accomplice was an acquaintance, Octavius Rhymes. And Jonathan surprisingly confirms pretty much all of Samantha's story, that it was them, that the first time they met was at the hospital. However, he adds a little detail that maybe Samantha left out. Maybe she didn't mean to leave this out. I don't know. But Jonathan reveals to the police that Samantha was involved in the whole plan. She knew about the whole goddamn thing. Jonathan revealed that the initial plan was to get Ernie on a drugs charge. So he would get arrested, sent to prison, and that was how they were going to, quote, get him out of the picture. So they started to make preparations for this plan of planting drugs in Ernie's car. They travel and they go and pick up some meth from one of Jonathan's cousins, and when they return, they're all kind of like meeting up and planning this at Octavius's house. So they're planning everything, they have the drugs, they're trying to figure out like how best to go about this. But as the evening and as the little meeting that they're having carries on, the plan starts to get darker. Both Jonathan and Jose ask Samantha how she would feel about Ernie dying. And in response to this, Samantha was just like, "Are you serious?" And it wasn't like a, "Are you serious?" like an angry, like, "Oh my God, you're out of your mind. Are you serious?" It was kind of like a, "Are you serious?" That kind of way. And they respond to her like, "Yeah, we're serious. Like, we can make this happen." They told her to think about it, and it's like, if you want this to go ahead, all you need to do is leave your front door unlocked. Because I assumed that if she locked her front door, for example, they were just going to go ahead with the drugs plan and plant the drugs in his car. But if she left the front door unlocked, they would go in, kidnap Ernie, and kill him. So all of them think that this is a pretty good plan. However, Jonathan realizes that one thing could actually disrupt the plan and make everything go wrong. And that is the 5 children that will be in the house. I mean, obviously one of them is a baby, infant. They're not really going to do much, but the others are young children at this point. They could wake up, they could walk into their parents' bedroom at any moment and see what is going on. But Samantha replies and says, "Oh, don't worry about this. I know what I can give them to make them fall asleep fast and like really fall asleep so they don't wake up. Remember, I told you to remember about the kids. Well, I don't know what she gave them. I don't know. She hasn't said. It's not in any of the reports or anything." And I just want to point out here that during this little meeting about essentially killing Ernie, Samantha has all of her children with her. Yeah, all children are in this house whilst their mother and all of these people are planning their father's murder. I just think this is so ironic because literally in Samantha's first YouTube video, at least the first one that's on her channel right now, she is so judgmental about other parents, about how other parents treat their children and how the CPS should get involved.
Does it sound like CPS is doing their job in any way? Child Protective Services?
I just feel like maybe the CPS should have looked into her. And she also makes comments and judges parents quite a lot in quite a few videos. And I just think you're no better. You are no better. And at this point in the meeting, it is getting late. It is getting closer to midnight. And Octavius and Jonathan drive Samantha and the children home. And they drive them back in Samantha's car. And when they get to Samantha's house, they remind her of the plan. They remind her, all you need to do, leave the front door unlocked. Jonathan and Octavius then leave in Samantha's car, which obviously explains why Samantha's car is not at the home, because they plan to use this car for the kidnapping. And then Octavius and Jonathan then drive to Walmart and they pick up all of the essentials for carrying out their plan. They then go pick up Jose. Don't know why he wasn't there originally in the car, but whatever, they go pick up Jose. And then the 3 of them start smoking the meth that they had originally planned to plant in Ernie's car. And that's going to really encourage rational thinking, isn't it? They then head back to Samantha's house. And when they get there, they test the door. And unfortunately, Samantha left the door unlocked. So they entered the house. They went to Ernie and Samantha's room. They grabbed Ernie from the bed and they start violently beating him up. They left Samantha in the bed. She was actually awake and watching all of this happening. They take Ernie, they put him in Samantha's car. They also take Ernie's cell phone. And then once Ernie is in the car, they return back to the house and they tell Samantha, let's tie you up. Let's make this more believable. Your story will be more believable if you are found tied up. But before they tie her up, Samantha makes that phone call to her mom. Remember that phone call where she's screaming frantically, telling her mom about the break-in, about the kidnap and everything? Yeah, she does that before being tied up, whilst the three men are just like kind of hanging around in her room. So after telling the fake story to her mom, she then willingly gets tied up. And then Jose, Jonathan, and Octavius leave the house with Ernie in Samantha's car. They take Ernie to some woods in nearby Camp County in Texas, and this is tragically where Ernie Ibarra lost his life when Jose Ponce shot him in the back of the head. So this is the story that Jonathan told the police, and after he revealed the details of the murder, the police asked him, like, can you take us to the murder? Can you take us to where it happened so we can find Ernie's body? And this is exactly what they did. Jonathan took them directly to Ernie's body. The police also arrest Jose Ponce and Octavius Rhymes and charged all three of them, including Jonathan, for the murder of Ernie. And now the only thing they have to deal with, the only person they have to deal with, is Samantha. So while the police have been away from the interrogation room, they've just kind of left Samantha in the room. She's definitely acting a little strange in that room. She was definitely doing one of her favorite things, and that was playing up to the camera. It was like a little whiteboard in the room, and she starts writing on the whiteboard, "Have you found my husband yet?" Which, now that we know what we know and that she was involved in all of this, it's just, oh God, it takes a special someone, doesn't it, to do what Samantha has done. And when the police return from finding Ernie's body, they go into Samantha and they just lay it all out on the table. They're like, we know exactly what happened. We know you're involved.
I think you're locking your butt up, what I think. I think you've been lying to me this whole thing. You did get them right. I think you're a liar, what I think. I think you know exactly who did this, and I don't buy your story for a minute. That's what I think.
I have not done anything.
Well, but
I didn't have it done, and I did not do anything.
Okay.
But Samantha continues on pleading her innocence. But the police aren't buying her story anymore. They're just not. And they do charge Samantha with the murder of Ernie as well, which she pleads not guilty to. And at the trial, the main job of the prosecutor is to prove Samantha's involvement and prove that she was indeed involved in the planning of the murder. Samantha continued to plead that she was innocent and that she didn't really even know Jonathan, apart from the brief meeting that she had at the hospital. But at her trial, Jonathan actually came out and said that this wasn't true. Jonathan even came out at trial and said that he had been helping look after her children. And the day before the murder happened, he had taken Samantha and Ernie's children to Walmart, and there is CCTV footage to prove this. And a witness actually came forward to testify that Samantha was involved in the murder, and that was Jose's girlfriend, who was actually at the house when the planning of the murder of everything was going down. And she overheard Samantha actively participating in the planning, in the conversations of everything. And other witnesses came forward at trial as well, and they had said that on other occasions, so not the one where she was planning the murder, on other occasions they had heard Samantha say that she wanted Ernie, quote, taken care of, because he was abusing her. And at one point as well, she'd even tried to arrange a hitman to take Ernie out. And then the final, probably the most damning piece of evidence was when Samantha was in the interrogation room, she still had her mobile phone on her. And remember when I said that the police had gone into Samantha and told her, we've gotten a ping on Ernie's cell phone. We think we know where he is. At least we know kind of the location where he was in. Well, because Samantha still had her cell phone, it was found that Samantha had left the room to phone her mom when in actuality she started texting Octavius. The first message that Samantha sent to Octavius said, kill Ernie's phone, shut that shit down. And then the second message that she sent to Octavius said, quote, ditch phone, move. She then thought she was so clever because she deleted those messages off of her phone, and she clearly thought that that would mean that the police would never see them. And after all of this evidence, the jury did find Samantha Wolford guilty of aggravated kidnapping and murder, and she received a 99-year sentence for the murder and a 50-year sentence of the aggravated kidnap. And these sentences are to be served consecutively. So yeah, that means she's probably never going to get out. Both Jonathan and Jose pled guilty. So they didn't go to trial, but they both received 50 years for the murder and the kidnap of Ernie. Octavius Rhymes pled not guilty, and then at trial he was found guilty and he received a 93-year sentence. But the one thing left to clear up is what was her motive? And I've seen various theories discussed online. I mean, obviously she does claim abuse. She does claim that Ernie was abusing her. And like I said, this hasn't been proven. There is absolutely zero evidence. But one theory that I saw was that Samantha was actually worried that Ernie was going to leave her and try and get custody of the children. And yeah, Samantha murdered him to prevent this. However, another theory, and I feel like I'm kind of leaning towards this theory myself. The prosecutor also put forward this motive, was that Samantha did all of this to gain attention and ultimately try and use this situation to become a YouTube star.
$1 million question, what was the motive?
Ernie is dead because Samantha, in seeking attention, using this rhetoric of Ernie being abusive to her and not treating her right, she just finally told somebody who would do something about it.
How was it, guys? I think she thought this murder was gonna really put the spotlight on her and, you know, make her a YouTube star ultimately.
And the reason why I'm leaning towards that, I'm not saying that that is the sole motive. I definitely feel like that entered her head. And it's because I have watched all of her videos. I do kind of get that vibe from her, that she does a lot of things for attention. She also comes across incredibly delusional. She talks in her videos like she has a lot of people watching her, and I realize you gotta fake it till you make it, but she's taking that to the extreme. She also sets up a PO box so her fans can send things in.
And I wanted to tell everybody, like, I do have a P.O. box if you want to send fan mail.
And then one thing that I can't believe, maybe it is true, I don't know, but when I watched this video, my jaw hit the ground, because in one video, she talks about making a movie with Gerard Butler.
But really, I've been working a lot. I've been doing some extra work on some movies, and that's been really, really fun. I did a Gerard Butler movie here recently, and so that's really cool. There's another one that has Rooney, I can't remember her, Rooney Mara. Yeah, she's the star of the other one I was in here recently, and that's been a blast. Everything's been so much fun working on that.
I can't believe it. Maybe she did. Maybe she was like an extra in like a film or something. Like, if you guys can confirm that, please let me know. And I just feel like the way she was talking, it definitely fits into the narrative of that she wants to be a star, she wants to be famous. And a lot of the times in her videos as well, she would talk about how crazy her life was. How she had these 2 sets of twins and just her life was crazy, and she had all of these stories that she wanted to share. And you got to think about the time frame that she was uploading as well. She was uploading videos from 2010 to 2014, which is arguably the peak of reality TV. And a lot of these reality TV shows show people essentially doing nothing but just living their crazy scripted lives and becoming famous for it. And I think she truly thought that herself and the life that she led and the family that she had could be like a reality show. I don't know, that's just kind of the vibe that I got from her. And she 100% dramatizes pretty much everything that goes on in her life. Like, at one point, she talks about her house burning down, which I couldn't find out if that actually happened or not. And in Samantha's case, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, and she was just talking about it for a video. So yeah, those are the theories. There's obviously the abuse theory, there's the Ernie leaving her and trying to get custody of the children, and then there is the theory of her trying to become a YouTube star and become famous. And if it was the latter one, well, Samantha got what she wanted. She finally is famous, but for all of the wrong reasons, obviously. But it's just hard to imagine, isn't it, that people would murder somebody to try and become YouTube famous, to try and get subscribers and to try and get views. And it's crazy sometimes thinking about what people will do to get attention. And unfortunately, in the world that we live in, nothing surprises me anymore. So that's why it really doesn't surprise me if Samantha's goal was to use Ernie's murder to get YouTube famous. And in one of her YouTube videos, she does say, if I was going to kill someone, it wouldn't be a kid.
Out of anybody, it would, if I was gonna kill somebody, it would definitely never be a kid.
And when you hear those words and you know what she's done, it doesn't look good, does it? But what I can't understand is the motive of the other 3 men. In all of the research that I did not find a scrap of evidence to even suggest what Jonathan, Jose, and Octavius's motives were. I mean, Jonathan and Samantha did know each other kind of well, but they still didn't even know each other for that long. And I think Jose and Octavius literally just met her. It's like, why are these 3 men willing to murder someone for Samantha for absolutely nothing in return? It's like Jonathan has apparently said that he got really angry at the thought of a man abusing a woman, which is all well and good. Yeah, I can understand that. I feel like any reasonable person would get angry at abuse happening, but that still doesn't explain why you would go and murder them. I mean, I don't know, was Samantha expecting to get money from this murder and all of the attention? Was she expecting to do like interviews and all stuff like that? And did she promise to pay them? I just can't wrap my head around why Jonathan, Jose, and Octavius would do this and risk getting caught, which obviously they probably would do, and they did, and spend the rest of their lives in prison for Samantha, who they've apparently only just met. And this is just such a tragic, heartbreaking case. My heart really does go out to Ernie's family. He was completely innocent in all of this. He was a caring, loving father. He provided for his family. And it's a complete tragedy that he has been taken away from his family, but also his children. His children have lost a father. And he was also so young. He was only 29 when he got murdered, which is so incredibly young. He had his whole life ahead of him. And because of Samantha's decision, because ultimately I know that Jose was the one that pulled the trigger, and obviously Jonathan and Octavius helped him, but ultimately Samantha was the one that killed Ernie. It was her decision. She decided to leave that door open, and because of her decision, she took away Ernie from his family, but she also took away the father of her child. And also because of her decisions, she's now left her children without parents. And as far as I'm aware, all 5 children are with Samantha's mom, their grandmother. And I just hope they're okay. I just hope that they can somehow recover from this. And I just hope they're doing okay. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we're going to be covering the case of Trey Sessler, also known as Mr. Anime. And there is a lot of fascination surrounding this case, which I can completely understand, because Trey was a YouTuber going by the name of Mr. Anime. And it's just crazy, isn't it? Because he was quite a popular YouTuber as well back in the day. And it's just crazy, isn't it? Like a YouTuber turned murderer. So Trey did join YouTube back in 2006, which is pretty much the early days of YouTube, and he was quite a popular YouTuber. He was quite big in the anime community, and he gained quite a good reputation in that community as well. But there was a darker side to Trey's videos, which did become more and more apparent over time. You can literally see the demise of Trey, and his state of mind is just going downhill. Like, you can literally see it in his videos, and it just gets worse and worse leading up to the tragic events of today's case. Now, I do have to give a disclaimer for this video, because not only are we talking about murder, but we're also going to be touching on subjects of animal abuse and also school shootings. So Trey was born on the 3rd of August 1989, making him a Leo, and he lived in Waller, Texas with his mother Rhonda, father Lawton, and his brother Mark, who was older than him. He was 4 years older than Trey. And Trey had a pretty normal, whatever normal is, but he had a pretty normal childhood. His parents were in a stable marriage. They were pretty comfortable. There was nothing that I could find anyway that was out of the ordinary. His dad was a teacher at a local elementary school, and his mom worked at a local newspaper. And like I said, they were pretty comfortable, like normal. They would do anything for Trey. They would actually like provide him with anything that he wanted. And in school, Trey had a pretty normal experience in school as well. But from what I could find out, he wasn't popular, but he wasn't a loner. He was kind of like in that middle kind of section, and he had plenty of friends. He also played trombone in the school band, and he also joined the digital video club. So he clearly always had an interest in video making, because obviously we know he turned into a YouTuber. So Trey's life so far anyway seems pretty normal, like nothing out of the ordinary. However, when he was 13, there was a little bit of a hiccup, if you will. I feel like, I don't know, it was a bit extreme. We'll get onto it, but I feel like, I don't know, it's normal, isn't it, for all of us to kind of go through a little bit of a rebellious stage when we are teenagers. But like I said, Trey's little hiccup was maybe a little bit more extreme than most of ours. So when he was 13, Yeah, actually, no. When I'm thinking about it, no, this is not normal. I don't even know why I was trying to say that it was normal. No, when he was 13, he decided he wanted to shoot his friend, which is not normal at all. I don't know why I'm saying, oh, it's kind of normal for us to go through a rebellious stage. No, that's not normal. Scratch what I just said. So Trey decided that he wanted to shoot one of his friends. I don't know why. I don't know if they'd had an argument, fallen out. I don't know. But he thought in order to do this, well, he needed a gun, and he didn't have one because he's 13 and 13-year-olds don't have guns. So he came up with a plan on how to get a gun, which I've got to say is not the brightest plan in the world, but he is only 13. So he decides that he's going to steal a gun off a police officer. Yeah, like I said, not the best plan in the book. So to steal this gun off this police officer, he calls 911 and complains of a suspicious shadow. Yes, a shadow. I mean, he's 13. Maybe they were like, oh, okay, maybe we should take this seriously. He is 13. Like, I don't know, let's humor him. I don't know. This was Trey's master plan. He phoned up, he complained of a suspicious shadow, and he was going to hide in the woodland kind of area by his house, wait for the police officer to arrive, jump out of the trees with a baseball bat and steal the gun. Well, as you can imagine, the plan didn't work. And I don't quite know how far Trey got with his plan. The police officer did arrive at his house. I don't know if Trey did jump out at the police officer. I don't know, but the police officer did find out what Trey was planning. And as a result of this, Trey was ordered to see a psychiatrist for an assessment. The police said, you know what, go see a psychiatrist, get this all sorted out, because he was 13. And as far as I'm aware, he hadn't had any trouble with the law up until this point. So the police were like, we're not going to press charges, just go see a psychiatrist. But this is what Trey did. He went to see a psychiatrist. Nothing came of this. The assessment came back normal, like nothing to worry about. And things just went on as normal. I mean, like I said, we can all go through a little bit of a rebellious stage when we're teenagers, but this definitely is a little bit of an extreme case, isn't it? Now, I feel like this may have been red flag number 1, but who knows? So that was when Trey was 13. So we're going to jump ahead a bit now to when he's 17, because nothing really happened in those 4 years. Like I said, things just carried on as normal. So we're at 2006 now. Trey's 17 and he starts his YouTube channel. I think his first YouTube name was Lens Cap Productions. Like, he didn't start off as Mr. Anime. I think it was Lens Cap Productions, and he would just upload random home videos. He would do a lot of comedy, like little skits and like little movies, short films and stuff. That's what he would upload to YouTube.
Hey, hand me my water over there. Okay. There you go.
It was just very random content, you know, and this was what YouTube was like in 2006, just very random. But there was a little bit of a theme that was running through Trey's videos that was a bit concerning, you could say, and that was violence and guns. Guns and violence featured in a lot of his videos. And it just became quite clear that guns and violence was a huge interest to Trey. And in a lot of the short films that Trey would upload, he would actually cast a lot of his friends to take part in the films, and also his brother Mark would appear in some of his YouTube videos. So Trey was uploading content like this for around a year, and then in 2007 he did find a new focus for his channel, and this is when he became Mr. Anime. And it just seemed like he had found the kind of content that he was good at, and this was reviewing anime, and he quickly became one of the most popular anime reviewers.
Welcome to today's episode, which just so happens to be episode 2. Today we're going to be reviewing a show that had a very large impact on audiences all around the world.
And he was just known for being honest, very straightforward, very blunt, and I'm not entirely sure, but I think this was something different for the anime review community. And he's even been credited for helping to kickstart the anime community on YouTube, and apparently inspired some of the biggest names in the anime community today, which is just crazy. Like, when I actually think about it, because obviously I know what happens in this case, like if he didn't do what he did, he could have been at the top of the anime community today, or one of the top creators. Trey graduated from high school in 2007 and he did attend college, but he didn't last very long. He only ended up taking one course, which was in criminology, but I don't even know if he completed this course. I don't know, but he did eventually drop out of college. And he worked a lot of odd jobs. Like some of his jobs were delivering pizzas, and he worked at a grocery store, but he just couldn't keep a job. And the longest job he ever had was being Mr. Anime on YouTube, which for the longest time, he wouldn't have been making money from being Mr. Anime because you couldn't monetize. Like, I don't even know when you could start to monetize your content. So I think the majority of the time that Trey was on YouTube, he probably wasn't monetized. And then when he was monetized, he probably wasn't earning a lot of money anyway. So I don't know where like he was getting his money from, but I know his parents really helped him out a lot. So it was probably just he was getting money from his parents. But I do think a big part of the reason why he did struggle to hold down a job was because Trey definitely had a problem with drugs and alcohol. Trey did abuse drugs, especially prescription drugs such as OxyContin. He was also prescribed drugs for bipolar and schizophrenia. I don't know if he had these, like I don't know if he was diagnosed with these conditions. I couldn't find it out. Prescription drugs do sometimes treat multiple different conditions. So I don't know if Trey did have these conditions or not. And he was also prescribed Xanax for anxiety. And it seemed like Trey's psychiatrist would just prescribe him so many drugs. Trey would be prescribed a drug, he would take it for a week, he would go back to his psychiatrist and say, it's not working. And his psychiatrist would just like write another prescription out for a different drug. So yeah, it definitely wasn't working, and he was definitely consuming a lot of drugs, especially prescription drugs. And he was also drinking a hell of a lot of alcohol, and all of this together is definitely not a good mix. And this lifestyle that Trey was leading was definitely causing tension within the family. Trey's father, Lawton, would often complain to Trey about the drugs he was taking and about all the alcohol that he was drinking, and just that he just wasn't doing anything with his life. He dropped out of college, and his father wanted him to do more with his life. He wanted his son to better himself. And this definitely used to get under Trey's skin. However, Trey's parents still tried to get him on the right path. They even bought him a brand new car. They also let him live in his grandmother's house after his grandmother had passed away. And I think they thought by doing this, by giving him this car, by allowing him to live independently on his own, it would kind of motivate him, maybe grow up a little bit and become more of an adult and independent and just have more responsibility. And this would motivate him to get on the right path. But unfortunately, it didn't work out like that. Trey, in his brand new car that his parents bought him, would quite often get speeding tickets that his parents would pay for. And I think by Trey living alone in his grandmother's house just gave him more freedom to abuse drugs and alcohol because he didn't have anyone to answer to. He didn't have anyone there judging him. And it also gave him the ability to explore one of his favorite hobbies even more, and that was guns. Trey, to say that he was obsessed with guns is an understatement. He would actually buy and sell guns, like it was like a little side business that he had going on. And he owned a hell of a lot of guns, and also different types of guns as well. Like at one time, he had like 16 different types of guns. So Trey's life was taking a little bit of a downward turn, and this was becoming more and more evident on YouTube. Like you could literally see the content. It was just getting darker and darker.
I'm Mr. Anime. I don't really have a show for you. Oh, how you doing, everyone? It's Mr. Anime. Or you can call me Trey. You can call me the guy that does the video game reviews. You can call me the guy that does all the gun stuff now.
Trey was just becoming more and more erratic in his videos. He was once like coherent and well put together and would produce really good videos. But as time went on, he was becoming more all over the place. You just couldn't really understand like what he was saying and what the point of some of the videos were. So as well as the fascination with guns, Trey was also fascinated with murder.
Every day I open Yahoo, I'm like, well, time to see what today's shooting is.
He particularly became interested in school shootings, but he also had an interest in serial killers as well. And it wasn't just like a normal interest like you and me. No. It went a lot further than that. And he was particularly obsessed with the Columbine shootings and also serial killers like Ted Bundy. So yeah, not a good mix. There was a documentary on the Columbine shootings and Trey watched it 50 times. That's a hell of a lot of times. Like, I don't even think I've seen Harry Potter that many times. And Trey could recall every single detail of the Columbine shootings and everything that happened. And what is even weirder than just all of that is that Trey made a little side project for himself. And in this little project, Trey would rate, yes, rate, you heard that right, he would rate serial and spree killers on a scale of 1 to 10, and he would base his rating on certain elements of their crime, like how many victims they had, how they exactly killed their victims, how long it took for them to get caught, and the kind of weapons and the guns that they would use in their crimes, which is not normal. Not normal. He would make notes on all of these serial killers and all of these spree killers, and he would make notes of where exactly they went wrong. Well, they went wrong by killing people. And not only did he write where he thought they went wrong, he would also write notes on how they could have improved what they did. He even wrote a 12-page manifesto, maybe he was inspired by the Unabomber there, and pointed out all of the faults of these serial killers and spree killers. But Trey wasn't just satisfied researching all of these killers. No, it got a lot worse than that. He started to make plans to become a killer himself. Like I said, he was absolutely fascinated with the Columbine school shootings. And this is what Trey decided that he wanted to do himself. He began to download satellite images of his old high school. He started to plan routes around the school, like how he was going to go about it. He planned to get his car, ram through the school gates, run over as many people as he possibly could in his car. He would get out of the car with his rifle and would claim as many lives as he possibly could. So, yeah, like I said, not a normal interest like you and I. However, when Trey started to plan out this school shooting, he quickly realized that he couldn't bring himself to carry this out initially. So then, because Trey thought he couldn't bring himself to do a school shooting, he contemplated becoming a serial killer. But after reading the requirements for being a serial killer, he realized that that wasn't what he wanted either. Like, he wasn't cut out for being a serial killer either, because the cooldown time of a serial killer would just fill him with too much anxiety. Like, he didn't want to murder somebody, go back to his normal life and carry on living with the anxiety that at any moment he could be arrested. So yeah, he decided against being a serial killer. And I just find it so weird that somebody sat there contemplating, I don't think I meet the requirements to become a serial killer. Like, really, who does that? Who does that? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But I just feel like serial killers don't contemplate whether they can meet the requirement of a serial killer. Unfortunately, they just go about doing what the hell they want and they be a serial killer. Do you know what I mean? And because Trey is just really overthinking this, I don't think he wants to be a serial killer. Like, I just don't feel like serial killers think like that. I don't know, I may be wrong. Please tell me in the comments. But yeah, I just think Trey is, at this point anyway, I just feel like he's very lost and confused about everything, and I just feel like he's having lots of dark thoughts and he doesn't know how to process them, and his psychiatrist is clearly not helping. So because Trey can't bring himself to kill people, he turns his attention to a new target, and that unfortunately is animals. Residents of the local area would report that Trey would go out prowling in his car at night, and apparently he was also off his head on drugs as well when he would do this. And he didn't turn his attention to animals straight away. First, he used to find just empty buildings at night to shoot at, like churches, libraries, his old school, and he would just like shoot at the windows. And I don't know if he just got bored of this. I don't know if he just wanted more of a thrill and excitement. We can only speculate what was going on in Trey's mind, but this is when he decided to turn to animals. There was lots of cows and horses in the rural areas around Waller County, and Trey thought that these would be ideal targets for him. Trey has later said to police in an interview that because he didn't feel like he was cut out to kill people just yet, That's why he turned his attention to animals to almost test himself, I think. He once said to the police, quote, "I can easily go into a pasture and fire a rifle at a cow," end quote. I mean, really? So these dead horses and cows were just showing up all across Waller County, and the police just didn't have a clue who was behind all of them. And that is because Trey was very, very cautious in covering his tracks. He would make sure to leave no bullet casings behind. He would take them with him, and he would crush these bullet casings in a wood vise before putting them in a beer can, just a random empty beer can, and then he would put that beer can in the bin with all of the other beer cans, and because it was just in this bin of all of these beer cans, it wouldn't stand out. Trey also made sure that he never went back to the same hunting ground more than once. Remember that project that Trey was doing, like analyzing all of the other killers and everything? Well, Trey also studied FBI procedures, and he knew that most of the time people are creatures of habit and they return to the crime scene, or they go back to the same place to commit the same crime more than once. I mean, I don't know how big Waller County is, but surely if all of these dead cows and horses are showing up, surely the police kind of figure out that it's the same person doing it. I don't know. But because Trey never got caught, I think this made him arrogant. And it wasn't just horses and cows that Trey did go after. Rumors had also started to circulate online that Trey also used his own pets for firing practice. Yes, his own pets. Not that horses and cows aren't bad enough, but his own pets. So things are not looking good, are they, right now for Trey? It's currently late 2011. Trey has been out of school now for a few years, and he's just living alone in his grandmother's house, which I don't think did him any favors, and he's just still taking drugs, he's abusing drugs, binge drinking all of the time. He has a very scary fascination with murderers, guns, violence. He's now started to kill animals, which I'm sorry is a classic sign of a serial killer. And the relationship that Trey had with his family was just deteriorating as well. It was just getting worse and worse. So much so that around the Christmas time of 2011, Trey mentioned to one of his friends that he was planning on killing his father. Now, in case you haven't figured it out, there was a lot of tension between Trey and his father. And there was just always a lot of arguments between Trey and his father and also his brother Mark. And most of the arguments did stem back to Trey's abuse of drugs and alcohol, which is understandable. And somewhere between like Christmas, I don't quite know when, it was really hard to actually find a timeline of this case, but at some point from Christmas 2011 to March of 2012, Trey shot his kitten, which, I mean, I know Trey has killed many animals as well, but I don't know, that one hit me a bit harder. Like, he killed his kitten. He did seem to be affected by killing his kitten. When he buried his kitten, he buried the kitten with a note which said, "Please forgive me," but it didn't seem to stop him from escalating, you could say. So now it's March 2012 and it's March the 13th, and Trey uploaded a YouTube video titled Mr. Anime's New Job.
Hey everybody, what's going on? It's Mr. Anime here, and well, I have some pretty good news. It's not, well, I have some kind of bad news, but it is good news. The good news is that I now found a full-time job in a department that I'm interested in, which is film.
Basically, Trey was saying that he had been headhunted by this filming company or something, and they wanted him to work for them. So Trey was gonna still upload YouTube videos, but he would be a little bit absent because he had this new job. Well, that was all a lie. That job never existed. I don't really know why Trey did this. I don't know, like, I don't know. Sometimes I just really can't figure out what the hell is going on in his head. But yeah, he was never headhunted. There was no job. Maybe he just wanted a reason for his absence on YouTube because of what he was planning. But this did end up being the last ever video that Trey uploaded to YouTube. So it is a week later on March the 19th, and Trey is just at his grandmother's house. He's on his own and he's just going about his usual routine, staying up all night, pretty much just binge drinking. Now, his usual routine when he would binge drink would be to go out in his car and shoot at empty buildings and, unfortunately, animals as well. But I don't know what happened. Something about this evening, I don't know, Trey changed his mind. He didn't want to do his usual thing. So in the early hours of the morning, Trey turned up in his car at his family's home where his mother, father, and brother were all inside, and Trey turned up fully armed. Trey first called his mother, Rhonda, to the garage. He said that he had something to show her about the car, and when she entered the garage, Trey immediately shot her. Mark, Trey's brother, heard a loud noise. I don't think he was aware that it was a gunshot. I don't know, but he heard that there was some kind of commotion. He came to investigate. So Mark came out of his room to investigate. Trey made his way into the house, and Mark said to Trey, "I don't know what you're doing, but it's very loud." And Trey didn't say anything to Mark in response. All he did was shoot his brother twice. Now, unlike his mother, these shots did not prove fatal to Mark, and Mark managed to get away and run to the bathroom and lock the door. Now, all of this commotion woke up Trey's father, Lawton, and Trey could hear that his father was stirring in his room, to which Trey entered the bedroom and shot his father twice, leaving him lying face down in the bed. And now Trey returns to the bathroom where his brother is and proceeds to just randomly shoot through the bathroom door. He eventually shoots off the lock of the bathroom door, opens the bathroom door to find his brother lying in a fetal position on the floor with blood everywhere. And at this point, Trey thought, and I know this because he said this to police in a later interview, Trey thought, okay, well, I guess that got him. Following all of this, Trey proceeded to go back to each family member individually to shoot them in the head. And he has later said to police that he did this because he didn't want his victims to suffer. I guess he didn't know if the gunshot wounds were fatal, and he didn't want them lying there in pain, so he went round and shot them all in the head. And then after this, Trey proceeded to absolutely trash the house, causing as much destruction as literally physically possible. He knocked over like every single piece of furniture in the house. He went on to shoot the TVs in the house and also the light fixtures. He went to the fridge and emptied all of the contents on the floor. He ripped the family photos off of the wall. And he then went on to stab all of the kitchen cabinets with kitchen knives. Like, I don't understand. Like, is he doing this out of frustration? Like, I don't know, out of happiness? Like, why is he doing all of this? And then he went on to kill all of the family pets. So he shot the 2 birds that the family had. He killed the family ferret, and he also shot all of the fish tanks, killing all of the fish. Like, literally the house looked like a war zone. It was crazy. And it's quite common for crime scenes to look kind of like a war zone, but it is rare that the whole house will look like this. Like, normally it's just confined to one area of the house, like maybe where the murder has taken place, for example. But no, Trey trashed and destroyed the whole house. Now, this next thing that Trey did, I can't get my head around. I really can't. So around 2 a.m, Trey very calmly phoned and left voice messages on both of his mother and father's work, saying that his parents wouldn't be in work the next day. I just can't like wrap my head around that. Like, you've just killed your entire family, ruined the house, killed all the family pets, and one of the first things you do is leave a very calm voice message saying that your parents aren't going to be in work. Like, why is that even crossing your mind? And then after this, he started writing messages all over the walls and all over the doors, cabinet doors and everything. And some of these messages said, I will never forgive myself. I don't know why I did this. What have I done? I love my mother, brother and father, and help me someone. And then he went back to the garage where his mom's body was, and he lay down next to his mom's body and fell asleep. And I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if it's just really sick, like he's going back to sleep next to his mom, or he's kind of using that more as a comfort kind of thing. I don't know, and he just wants to be close to his mom. I don't know what to think about that. So the next day after Trey woke up, he packed up his car, he loaded it with his rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition, and then he drove to his old high school where he just parked up and sat there for a little while. And I think we all know what he was planning. While Trey is just sat in his car at his old high school, police do arrive at the family home because they are alerted by another family member who was trying to get hold of, I don't know who they were trying to get hold of, whether Rhonda or Lawton, I don't know. But they were concerned because they couldn't get a hold of them, so they phoned the police, and the police turn up at the family's home. And because of all of the messages on the walls, all the confessions, they knew that Trey had done this. There was basically, the confessions were on the wall. And the police knew that they needed to find Trey as soon as possible, so they did start a manhunt. But it took the police 48 hours to find Trey. I don't know how it took them that long, I really don't. So Trey didn't spend long at his school. He actually decided he couldn't go through with the school shooting, thankfully, and he went to one of his friend's house, which is where the police did end up finding him. So the police, when they do turn up at Trey's friend's house, they know that Trey is responsible for the murders, and they do immediately arrest him and they take him into custody for questioning. And this is when Trey starts to explain exactly like what happened and how all of this came about and why he did this. He started by telling the police that he was planning to carry out a school shooting, and his aim was to kill at least 70 people. But before he could carry out the school shootings, there was only one thing that was standing in his way, basically, and that was his family. He decided that he needed to kill his family before he could carry out the school shooting. Trey couldn't bear the thought of his family having to deal with the consequences of Trey carrying out a school shooting. So Trey basically thought that he was doing his family a favor. Trey said this really weird thing that he would basically protect his family with his life, but if anyone was going to hurt them, it would be him. Okay.
The thing about my family is, I would protect them with my life, but at the same time, if anyone was going to hurt them, it was going to be me.
Trey went on to say that as soon as he shot his mom, he regretted his actions immediately. But as soon as he shot his mom, he knew that he'd already committed to this. He felt like he couldn't exactly go to his father and his brother and say, oh, I've just killed mom.
After I did that, it was like, well, I'm already committed, really. Can't really go to my brother and my dad and be like, yeah, I just killed our mom.
So even though he regretted killing his mom immediately, Trey has said that at that point he was committed, and the only way for him was to move forward and to carry on with the plan and kill them all. Throughout all of the interviews, Trey did completely cooperate with the police and he did confess to everything. He also pleaded guilty at trial and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, Trey has shown remorse for his crimes. Whether this remorse is genuine or not, obviously we don't know. Trey has actually said that he is really happy with the sentence that he got. He's actually really happy that he's never going to be released. And that is because he has said that he is nothing but a danger to others, which I think is rare. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like many people say that. Most of the time, murderers try and claim that they're not a danger to others. So why did Trey do this? Well, the age of the internet has been blamed for Trey's crimes. Even Trey himself has blamed the internet for him doing what he did. Basically, Trey has said that without the internet, he wouldn't have had access to all of the information that he did. He wouldn't have had access to all of the school shootings that go on, and he wouldn't be able to thoroughly research them like he did, which obviously helped him plan out his own school shooting, which honestly is just, I don't know, in my opinion, it's stupid. I mean, I suppose you could say that the internet played a role in the murders, because obviously Trey was fascinated by these murders and it was easily accessible to him. But school shootings, serial killers all operated before the internet. Trey was suffering with depression. He was also extremely paranoid. Trey would often think that someone was going to break into his home and, quote, get him. And Trey actually fitted motion sensors to every single window in his house because he really did think that there was like a genuine threat that someone was going to break in and hurt him. And I don't know where this paranoia came from. I don't know if it was because he was always drinking and on drugs, or whether he was doing a little bit too much research. 60 hours before the murders, Trey messaged his mom to make him a psychiatrist's appointment ASAP. And I don't know why Trey wanted an appointment ASAP, whether that was to get more prescription drugs or maybe he was really struggling. Also, one of the messages that Trey had written on the wall at the crime scene said, "Why would my grandpa die?" Now, Trey was really close with his grandpa, and his grandpa was terminally ill, and he very sadly passed away just 4 days after these murders took place. And I can't help but think, was Trey struggling to come to terms with this? Was this a contributing factor? He couldn't quite handle that his grandpa was going to die. I mean, that is something that anybody would struggle to come to terms with. And Trey didn't really seem to be close with many people in his life, but he was close with his grandpa. So was this something that he was struggling with? So yeah, I don't know why Trey did what he did. Trey hasn't really said anything other than the internet. I don't know, which I don't blame the internet. I don't really feel like that's to blame. But yeah, I think he was struggling with his mental health, maybe on top of dealing with the fact that he was going to lose his grandpa very soon. And I think he was just very lonely. I think he was. Like, I don't think it did him any favors being in that house all on his own all of the time. Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you're all doing well. So the case we are covering today involves a person that was kind of a YouTuber, but also a reality TV star, which is not something that you come across every day when you cover these kinds of cases. So the kind of content that this person would post on YouTube was fitness content, but it wasn't like regular fitness content, it was sexual fitness content to be exact.
I'm Ash Amon. Today we're going to be doing a 20-minute explosive sexercise.
But then, like I said, this person is also a reality TV star. And I have no idea how popular this TV show was. I don't even know if it aired in the UK. I just don't know. But this person was a cast member of the reality TV show Gigolos. And it was a reality show on Showtime, and it ran from 2011 to 2016. And the name of this YouTuber / reality TV star was Ash Armand. And it turns out that Ash Armand was a pretty big character on that show.
Where are you visiting from?
Memphis.
Memphis.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in the end, the show got cancelled, but Ash still craved that popularity, that fame that the show gave him. So that's when he started dabbling in businesses and YouTube.
It's better than Viagra for sexually activating yourself.
And he also started offering various online services, which we will obviously get into, but none of it really took off. And ultimately, Ash went down a very dark path. His drug use increased, his personality just completely changed, and a more violent side started to emerge. And it all ended in a horrific, gruesome murder. Like, truly, the murder in this case, wow, it's shocking. I was not expecting it. So that is what we are covering today. Today's case is definitely a bit of an unusual one, so let's jump in. Ash Armand was born in 1981. An exact date of birth is not known, and he was born in New Delhi, India, where he lived with his parents and his 2 siblings. So Ash Armand was actually born Akshaya Kubiak, but he changed his name later on in the case, so just to save confusion, I'm just going to call him Ash Armand. And growing up, Ash had a pretty pretty different background, if you want to call it that. His parents were very focused on spiritual traditions. His mom was Asian Indian and she was born in New Delhi, and she was raised learning Eastern philosophies, alternative medicines, just alternative ways of living. And then Ash's dad was Polish American. He was born in the US, and it is said that he was very intelligent. He accelerated through college at a very young age. He actually attended college younger than the normal age. And whilst his dad was at college, it was the time of the Vietnam War. And Ash's dad got into a lot of protests against the war. He became very much a rebel activist. And to avoid being enlisted, he actually enlisted into the Peace Corps, and he got shipped out to Korea and Japan to serve over there. And then whilst he was serving in Japan, that is how Ash's parents met. They soon went on to get married. They clearly then moved to New Delhi, and then this is where Ash was born. Ash was very much raised on these Eastern philosophies. He spent the first 4 years of his life surrounded by this. And then when Ash was 4 years old, the whole family then moved to Japan, which is where Ash grew up. That's where the rest of his childhood was. But whilst he was in Japan, Ash became a very sick child. He had pretty severe asthma, which completely affected his life. I mean, he couldn't breathe properly. He also developed scoliosis, which is when the spine curves to the side, and it can cause pain and pressure on the lungs, making it difficult to breathe. So that, alongside asthma, it just made everything even worse. So because of this, Ash spent a decent time in the hospital. He was always in and out. There just always seemed to be something wrong with him, and Western medicine just never seemed to work out for Ash. It never seemed to fix him. So because of this, Ash's mom put him on a routine of Eastern therapies. He focused on meditation, breathing. His mom was also a yoga instructor, so Ash did a lot of yoga when he was growing up. And eventually, all of this seemed to work. It seemed to help with his breathing, seemed to help with just a lot of things, and Ash's health did improve. And Ash thought that this was a miracle. He never thought that he was going to be able to live a normal life with his asthma because it was so bad. So Ash thought that this was a miracle, and these Eastern therapies became a huge part of his life. Also, throughout Ash's childhood, the family traveled a lot. I mean, the main place that they lived was Japan. However, his dad was born in the US, so they did have family in the US, so they were traveling back and forth between the US and Japan. The family actually did live in Maine for a short period of time. And let's just say, along the travels, Ash's family came into contact with some interesting people. And these people were interested in an alternative way of living. And there was a group of them. And this group of people would get together, they would hang out and discuss the ways of the world. And this group of people consisted of very intelligent people, scientists, artists, poets, just academically intelligent people. And they would gather, and they were from all over the world. It was an international group, and I don't know what they're called. They would also practice the teachings of Tantra. And I'm going to be completely honest here, I don't know anything about Tantra. I tried to do a little bit of research, but please correct me if I'm wrong. But I read that it's, quote, an ancient Indian religious movement that seeks to harness a wide variety of experiences and mental and physical energies for the use on the path to enlightenment. It also means to be woven together, and there is a strong focus and emphasis on sexuality. People practice Tantra to weave the spiritual and the physical together. And that's all I know. So was there this sexual, physical, spiritual element to these people? I just do not know. However, what we do know is that Ash's parents were very involved with this group of people and their interest in this alternative way of living. And Ash spent a lot of his childhood surrounded by this kind of people, this group. Ash would be taken to these meetings. He had to sit and listen to things that possibly were not child-friendly. But then also at these meetings with these people, Ash was exposed to a lot of childhood abuse. Ash was beaten by this group of people, particularly his godfather. But he was beaten by a lot of people in this group. There would be harsh physical punishments for a child doing something wrong. And I don't have any examples for you. Just know that there is physical abuse going on in this group. And I don't know about any of you, but this sounds like a cult. And that is what I've been hinting at all along. This group of people looking at this alternative way of living and all of these intellectual people from all over the world coming together to find enlightenment. Sounds like a cult. But also the children in this group would be beaten if they did anything wrong. And when I was reading this, I was like, wow, what in the Anne Hamilton burn is this? Ash was also sent to a so-called training camp in Kyoto, Japan. And this so-called training camp was based on a horse ranch. And it was ran by, what I have read, was a bitter, angry, alcoholic farmer. And again, this farmer was abusive to Ash, and he would physically punish Ash. And I'm just like, wow, is this just another branch of the cult? Why is Ash, as a child, being sent to live on a random horse ranch with an alcoholic, abusive farmer? That sounds dodgy as hell. So all in all, Ash was basically raised in a cult. That's what it sounds like. I have no confirmation of that. Ash himself hasn't called this group or anything like that a cult, but I'm sorry, this is a cult. It's a cult-like group, whatever. But Ash was basically raised in this weird kind of environment. And Ash has said at a later date when he's an adult that his upbringing, the things that he was exposed to, had a very negative effect on his life. So now we get to Ash in his teenage years, and he did decide to break away from this group. And he decided that he just wanted to make it on his own. So he first decided that he wanted to work in the field of Chinese medicine and follow on from what his mom started to teach him as a child. So he left school at 16 and he took an apprenticeship to learn the traditional discipline of Qigong. And this involved a lot of meditation, healing through breath work and herbs, which is very similar to what he was raised doing. He also studied Zen Shiatsu, which is a form of massage combined with philosophy. And he spent a lot of his 20s working as a massage therapist. And he traveled all over the world doing this. He went to Thailand, Costa Rica, Europe, India. And I think he was kind of learning along the way as well, like learning, picking up different things from different countries and different cultures and just kind of combining it all together. Also around this time, he became very involved in the psychedelic trance community. He would go to huge events where hundreds of people would gather in the woods and they would take a load of drugs. As the name suggests, a load of psychedelic drugs. And they would listen to trance music. And Ash was loving life. He was so happy. He was so free. And to be honest, I'm not surprised. Getting away from that cult was probably liberating. And friends around this time have described Ash as just like innocent, caring, loving life, bubbly, happy. He clearly has gone through some stuff as a child, but he's overcome that. People didn't think that there was a bad bone in his body. It was also around this time in his 20s that Ash entered into his first serious relationship. And we don't know the woman's name. Ash has said that with this woman, he was having a lot of unprotected sex and she ended up getting pregnant, which was not planned. And Ash has his first child. And even though Ash and the mother of his child, they don't stay in a relationship together, it is said that Ash was a great father. He was actually caring, attentive, he provided for his son financially. But then it was becoming a father that Ash realized that he needed a change of career. He was obviously working as a massage therapist, but it didn't give him a steady income. He needed more stability now that he had a child. He had somebody else to provide for. So Ash decided to enter into a different line of work. And the fact that he changed careers put him on the path that would ultimately land him in the TV show Gigolos. So this is when Ash decides to become a model. He moved to New York City in the US. This was now his permanent home. He joined a modeling agency called Ice Models. He had a profile on Models Mayhem and he gained a little bit of success through modeling. He had a few jobs, but it was again very sporadic. Not steady income, which is what he was hoping for. And it was around when Ash was 30 years old that he thought, I don't think this modeling thing is working out. Like, should I just get up and leave? But then in 2011, when Ash was 30 years old, he got randomly contacted by a man called Garen James. And Garen James was a successful businessman. He had seen Ash's profile, like his modeling profile online, and he liked what he saw. He thought Ash would be a really good fit. And Garen asks Ash if he wants to become a gigolo. Now, a gigolo, if you are not aware, is basically just a male escort. The dictionary definition is actually, quote, a man who is paid by a woman to have sex with her or spend time with her. An escort doesn't necessarily mean sex. Like, it's not supposed to be sex. It's just paid for time. It's all very grey, like the lines are blurry. And the stereotypical client of a gigolo is an older, wealthier woman. But then again, that's just a stereotype. So who knows if that's actually true. And the term gigolo specifically refers to a woman seeking a man's company rather than a man seeking a man's company. So gigolo is literally just a woman hiring a male escort. And apparently the market for a gigolo is pretty small. When it comes to escorting, most clients are usually men seeking a woman's company or a man seeking a man's company. So Ash was approached by this man called Garen James, and he ran his own escorting company called Cowboys for Angels. And based on Ash's physical appearance, Garen thought that he would be absolutely perfect for the job. Now, at first, Ash was pretty unsure. Like, when Garen approached him, Ash didn't even realize that there was even an industry for a gigolo. He didn't realize that there were women out there that would pay for a man's company. But Ash thought to himself that this could be a really good opportunity. He was looking for just something new because modeling hadn't worked out for him. And he thought, why not? What have I got to lose? If he didn't like it, if it didn't suit him, he could just leave. So this is when Ash packed his bags and made his way to Las Vegas. And this is where he was going to work and live for the rest of today's case. Now, I listened to a podcast that Ash was on, which is so weird because this podcast episode, they were interviewing Ash because of his career and because of the reality TV show that he was ultimately on. And it was so weird listening to him before he commits the murder, you know? It was just so weird.
Okay, so who am I? Professionally, I work as a male escort for a company called Cowboys for Angels.
But anyway, I listened to that podcast and Ash talked about his work as a gigolo, and he said that his clients came from all walks of life. He talked about that some of his clients, they had recently gotten out of a relationship. They just wanted a distraction. Some of his clients were really powerful women that were just in Vegas on business and they wanted some eye candy on their arm.
They're just in Vegas. They want to go out and just have a crazy time and kind of have like a bodyguard slush, like eye candy with them on their side.
Also, some of his clients, they were just too busy. They didn't want a serious relationship and they just wanted some fun, just some company while they were in town. And Ash spoke about how the whole business worked, that it was obviously done through the agency, Cowboys for Angels, and the women that were the clients, they would enter into a contract agreement and Ash would be contracted to spend his time with these women, and it was always a minimum of 4 hours, like no less than that.
I used to not even do 2 hours, like minimum was 4 hours.
And then once everything had gone through, like the contracts and everything, and money was exchanged, Ash would then spend his time with his client. And this pretty much involved going on a date. And this date could be anything that the client wanted. They could go for a walk, they could go out for dinner, they could go to like a social event if the woman wanted a date. And Ash's services are pretty pricey. I mean, granted, I'm not exactly an expert in gigolos and everything and how much they get paid, but when I was looking at some of the prices, I was like, whoa. So the clients, women, would pay $1,600 for 4 hours with Ash Armand, $3,000 for an overnight stay, and just wait for this next one, $25,000 for a whole week. I know, that's insane. That's an insane amount of money. What the actual hell? So yeah, Ash would sometimes just go on a 4-hour date, but these women could hire Ash or any gigolo from this agency or any other agency, whatever. You can hire a gigolo for a week or a day or 2 days, 3 days, whatever, but $25,000 for a week. That just tells you that the clients that Ash has are very wealthy. And then when it comes to the sex part, now obviously this is a pretty grey area. It's not allowed to happen. In the US, paying someone for sex is illegal, and this would be a crime. So technically there is no sex when it comes to gigolos or escorting. But does it happen? Yes. Because there's definitely loopholes, grey areas and stuff. So Ash and other gigolos in this agency would only charge clients for their company for their time. Payment in no way guarantees any sexual activity. That's not even on the table in the contract. But, and this is a big but, if the date that the gigolo has been on leads to sex, well, that's just a coincidence, if you know what I mean. At least that's the impression that I got from my research. And that's actually what Ash has said himself. Ash said that if he goes on a date with a woman and things go well and Ash actually hits it off with the woman, well, then it may end up with them having sex. But that's nothing to do with a gigolo service. So interpret that how you want.
Yeah, they have to sign a certain thing that's like, they're not contracting a sexual service, so they can never expect that. You can't just like call up and be like, yo, I'm going to get banged.
Yeah.
Like, at that point,
Would it
it's
be?
straight up prostitution,
Yeah,
especially
that's crazy.
in the laws in America.
So Ash was going about doing his gigolo work. And then a few months after he started in 2012, so Ash is still in his early 30s, he was asked if he wanted to join the reality TV show Gigolos. Now, at this point, Gigolos was about to enter into its 3rd season, and the show follows 5 male escorts, or gigolos, hence the name of the show. And all the men that worked on the show, they were from the same agency, which was Cowboys for Angels, which was the agency that Ash worked for, which is obviously how he got the connection to the show. And the show was just like your typical reality TV show. It followed the lives of these 5 male escorts, like their interests, just their day-to-day, what they did. And then it obviously showed the interactions that the men had with the clients that they had. And apparently each of the 5 men that were on the show, they were cast to be a very specific character. Each of the 5 men had their specific role and their specific personality that they had to portray on the show. So for example, there was the macho guy, there was the single dad guy. The show really just focused on one element of their personality and made that their whole personality. Does that make sense? It really made them two-dimensional. So when Ash was cast for the show, he was cast as the Zen meditation guy. He was the spiritual healer. He was the calm, the peaceful one. And obviously this focused on his upbringing and also his career as a massage therapist. And I have no idea if the show was actually good or not. I couldn't find any ratings for it. It ran for 6 seasons, so it must have been pretty interesting. You guys are gonna have to let me know if you watched it. But from what I read online, the show was very sex heavy. There was a lot of nudity in the show. It basically just was soft porn. That's what I've read online anyway. And there was no penetration shown, but it was insinuated and there was breasts, genitalia from both men and women. It was just a lot. And it definitely led to questions of the legitimacy of this show, because this show is supposed to be reality TV. I mean, of course, we all know that reality TV is not actually reality TV. Pretty much every single reality TV show is so scripted. However, the show Gigolos seemed to take it to a whole nother level, because people were questioning, well, the women that were on the show, they were supposed to be legitimate clients, but why would these legitimate clients want to go on the reality show Gigolos and pretty much get naked and have sex on TV? Like, it just wasn't adding up. And it turns out that they were correct, because the women on the show were actresses, porn actresses. The clients on the show were not real. So it pretty much just was soft porn. Nothing reality about this show at all. But the women actresses on the show, they would pretend to be clients. They would pretend to be housewives or business women just in town looking for a good time. And I've seen a few clips of the show, but you can see that there are a few clips of Ash. He's riding along in a car with the other male escorts.
Like every weekend till I was like 10 years old, I used to go cruise up to the hills in Japan.
And you can see him kind of like having this friendship relationship with the other male escorts and like talking about what they've done and everything. And then you also do see Ash going on these dates with these so-called clients.
Memphis.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm going to be able to put any of the clips into this video because copyright and everything, but I saw this one clip of Ash meeting with a client who had a fetish, I think, for vampires.
It's a good thing that I like playing dress up.
And then there was this whole role-playing scene where this woman, she's in lingerie and she's lying in a coffin. And Ash comes down, he's got his fangs in, he's got this cloak on, and he comes down the stairs and he opens the coffin. It's all very dramatic. It's also incredibly awkward because he goes down and he like bites the woman on the neck and then he helps the woman out of the coffin, and it's just very awkward, it's uncomfortable. And there are also various other sex scenes with Ash in the show. It shows at one point him having sex with a client in a bathroom. He was also seen having sex with a classical violinist, and he was also participating in S&M. There was also one scene where 4 of the male escorts were meeting one woman and they're all having sex together. And as the show progressed over the years, Ash started to make a decent amount of money from it. His profile increased, he started to gain a lot of fans. His social media following is just going up and up. People would also fangirl over him. Like, he had his little cult-like group of followers that literally worshipped the ground that he walked on. He had people creating fan pages for him on Instagram where they would post all of like topless photos of him and screenshots from the show. However, it is said that over time, as Ash was gaining in fame, popularity, and his following was increasing, his personality started to change. He started to become more and more fame hungry. Nothing was ever enough. He wanted more and more. But he also became very insecure about his appearance. He thought that the other male escorts on the show, they looked better than him, they had more muscles than him. So Ash decided to start taking a load of steroids to really bulk up. And oh my god, did he bulk up. His muscles became absolutely massive. And it is around this time as well, when he was taking a load of steroids, that Ash's ego went into overdrive. He became incredibly big-headed, that he was famous, he looked great, and he could do whatever he wanted. He started partying a lot, started to go to lots of parties and events that were like for celebrities in Vegas. He started really immersing himself into that world. He started dating a ton of different women. Most of the time they were either Instagram models or porn stars. It was also at this point that Ash decided that he wanted to be polyamorous. So he was in multiple relationships with multiple different women. And at this point as well, he started drinking a lot of alcohol and his drug usage went through the roof. He started doing a load of cocaine, MDMA. He was also smoking a load of marijuana, as well as drinking an excessive amount of alcohol. And this was the complete opposite of what Ash was like before the reality TV show. And you've got to remember that he is taking a load of steroids and his steroid usage as well is going up and up and up. And the steroids in particular, but just the cocktail of drugs and alcohol that he is on, it is said that it completely changed his personality. He went from someone that was quite caring, light, bubbly, to now he was pretty dark. He was angry and he had a violent side. For example, the parties that he would now go to for like D-list celebrities, Ash would quite often go to these parties and he would get into physical fights with other people over random, small, petty things. He also had a few run-ins with the law. He was arrested multiple times for drink driving. He even ended up spending some time behind bars. So Ash continues going off the rails and he continues to chase fame in every avenue that he can. And now he turns his attention onto YouTube and he becomes a fitness YouTuber.
Welcome to SOA Fitness. Today we're gonna do a full body workout.
Ash created his own YouTube channel called Ash Armand 1, which is actually still on YouTube to this very day. There are not that many videos on the channel. I think there's around 10. I'm not sure if there was more on and he's taken some down. I don't know. But Ash started to upload fitness videos on YouTube, but his fitness videos were not your typical fitness videos that you can find on YouTube, because Ash mainly focused on sexual fitness.
I'm Ash Armand. Today we're gonna be doing a 20-minute explosive sexercise.
He had a series called Sexercise for Men, where he posted 10-minute long fitness routines that pretty much just contain different variations of thrusting. I'm not joking there. I have watched some of these videos and it literally is just Ash thrusting in various different ways. It's honestly, it's cringy to watch and it's uncomfortable. He also has a video titled Juicing for Sex.
Today we're going to be juicing celery, carrots. It's better than Viagra for sexually activating yourself. Like literally after 10 minutes out of drinking, I always achieve an erection.
Another one is called Training for the Bedroom.
This workout is going to be a bodyweight workout that will directly translate into the bedroom.
And then one of his latest videos that is on YouTube is titled, quote, Ejaculation Control and Increasing Cum Volume Advice.
So today we're making a video about ejaculation control and also how to increase your ejaculation volume. I've been getting a lot of requests, so I'll tell you what I do.
I think Ash was just really trying to play off the back of Gigolos and trying to play off the role that he had on Gigolos. And some of his videos did get a lot of views. Some of the videos have like millions of views. So obviously he did see some success with his YouTube channel. However, this was still not enough for Ash. He wanted more. He started really focusing on Instagram as well, posting a load of content on Instagram, and the longer the time went on, his Instagram posts started to get more and more revealing. He felt like he had to post more and more revealing photos of himself to gain more likes. He was always chasing the likes. He even started to dabble in the porn industry. He made a few porn videos where he would be the massage therapist and he would give a, quote, happy ending. He also created an adult website called Lazotica, but that never took off either. He was also posting his like sexercise videos on this website as well. And he was just like chasing fame. Every single avenue that he could, he was chasing it. And then in 2016, the show Gigolos got cancelled. And Ash was in his mid-30s at this point and his income drastically declined. He now struggled to get work because of the lack of his face on the TV. And he still did work as a gigolo, and his main work now as a gigolo was kind of like meet and greets. Like obviously he still did have certain clients that actually did want his services, but it mainly was just fans of the show wanting to meet him. But even still, as time went on, that started to dwindle as well. And over the next couple of years, Ash just kind of struggled a bit. All of the money that he had made from the reality TV show, he just dwindled away. He never saved anything and he went completely broke. And then this is when we skip to 2020. At this point, Ash is now approaching his 40s. He is still living in Las Vegas and he's currently living with a girlfriend that we only know as Lisa. However, Lisa is not the main focus of the rest of the video, because at this time in 2020, this is when Ash met another woman by the name of Helene Delay. And very tragically, it is Helene that is the victim of today's case. Helene Delay was 29 years old and she was a college graduate with a degree in biological sciences. She had been raised in California by parents who had emigrated from India, and she was the youngest of 3 siblings. And Helene had the nickname Happy Helene because she was always happy. She was always smiling, cracking jokes. She was a bit mischievous. She was just the kind of person that if she walked in the room, she just had this energy about her that made you want to smile, made you gravitate towards her. And she has also been described as an incredibly caring person, very, very family orientated. She was extremely close with her parents and her sisters. She would speak to everyone, her parents and her sisters, every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. She was also incredibly close with her niece. And Helene had this routine where she would FaceTime her niece every single night before her niece went to bed. But it is also said that Helene, she had a lot of insecurities. She felt like she just didn't belong anywhere. Like she was just out of place. She was a bit lost in life. So in 2017, just after she graduated college, Helene decided that she wanted to take a little bit of a drastic step and move to Las Vegas. She just wanted to try something new. She wanted something fresh. She hired herself a personal trainer at the Ace Fitness gym. She lost 40 pounds in 30 days. She got herself in amazing shape. She started to feel good about herself. She gained a lot of confidence. And then because she loved the gym so much and because it kind of turned her life around, fitness, she decided to become a trainer herself. And her confidence only grew from there. She also got some jobs as a model herself and things were just looking really great for Helene. However, she still had her battles. She was still struggling a little bit with her mental health. She went through bouts of depression. And then in 2019, Helene announced to her friends that she had a tumor. Now, I will say from my research, it's not entirely clear what Helene had and if she even had a tumor. Helene apparently told people that she had a brain tumor, but I've also read that some people said that it was a thyroid tumor, and it's not even clear if she had cancer. Like, I just don't know. But regardless, she has something wrong with her physical health, whether that is a tumor, whether it's cancer, we just don't know, but she's clearly going through something. So then we get to May of 2020, and this is literally just after Helene has announced to her friends that she's battling this tumor. And obviously at this point, the whole world was in lockdown. And it was at this point when Ash Armand slipped into Helene's Instagram DMs. He just messaged her out of the blue. They had never interacted before this moment. He clearly just found Helene on Instagram somehow, liked what he saw, slid into her DMs, and they arranged to go on their first date. Now again, exactly how they met has also been disputed. Some people have said that Ash just slid into her DMs, asked her out on a date, and that is how they met. But then some people have also said that Helene was a client of Ash's. However, people close to Helene, like her friends and family, the people that knew her the best, have said that she would never hire someone like Ash. Like, that was not her thing. So how exactly they did meet is a little bit unclear. Your guess is as good as mine. However, what we do know is that they did meet somehow over Instagram, and that they went on a first date and they hit it off. And from that first date, they started to communicate daily. And within a couple of weeks, they were infatuated with one another. And at this point, Ash still has his living girlfriend, Lisa. But we know that Ash has open relationships. But I don't know if Lisa knew about Helene, and I don't know if Helene knew about Lisa. However, Ash kept saying to Helene that he was like head over heels for her, and that he wanted to spend every minute of every day with her. And Ash started to fill Helene's head with all of these big ideas that he had. Because Ash still in his mind thought that he could be really famous, really successful, really rich. And he was saying to Helene, oh, we can go into business with one another. I've got all of these ideas. Ash had visions of starting a TV show, which obviously I don't know, but I can imagine is not easy. He wanted to start a dating app. And he was filling Helene with all of his ideas, saying that he was going to be really rich. They could be rich together if they went into business with one another. He said that he was going to start a business that would teach men how to get dates with women and how to use pickup lines and flirt and whatnot. Ash was always coming up with these extravagant ideas. He always had 1,000,001 ideas on what businesses to do and how he was going to get successful, but he had no execution. He didn't actually have the drive or the motivation to actually follow through with anything. He is the definition of all talk, no action. Because Ash, he still had no money, but he was filling Helene's head with just all of these crazy ideas. He also convinced Helene to undergo alternative treatments for the so-called cancer that she had. Helene reportedly started taking snake venom treatments. The pair also traveled to Utah for a spiritual getaway, during which Helene apparently had a breakthrough because she overcome some trauma, suppressed trauma in her life. And after the pair got back from Utah from their little spiritual getaway, Ash decided that he was completely head over heels in love with Helene. Like, he was done with his other relationship with Lisa. 100% his focus was on Helene. So he broke up with Lisa and now he was just solely dating Helene. So now we get to July of 2020, which is just 6 weeks into Ash and Helene's relationship. And this is when the case takes a very drastic turn. And I don't even know how to prepare you all for what is about to happen, because it literally just comes out of the blue. There was no build up. There's just no making sense of what is about to happen. All we know is that on the 15th of July 2020, at some point Ash picked up Helene from the gym and they traveled back to his condo. They arrive at Ash's home. His ex-girlfriend Lisa is actually still living in the home because she hasn't managed to move out yet. And on this day, Ash was acting very strange and peculiar. He kept telling Lisa, his ex-girlfriend, that Helene had this horrible, dark, energy surrounding her and that someone needed to remove it. And Lisa thought that this was strange. She just didn't understand it. She was like, okay, is he being serious? Because she could see Helene, and Helene definitely did not have a dark, horrible energy about her. Helene was all smiles. Lisa heard her talking to her family, her father and her sister, and Helene was just normal, laughing, chatting as if nothing was wrong. It was Ash that was acting weird and suspicious. Helene was just normal. However, in the end, Lisa just decided to ignore the situation and just kind of put it down to Ash and his quirks. And she left the condo. She actually went to stay somewhere else for that evening to give the couple some privacy. And then when Ash and Helene were on their own, the two of them went up to Ash's bedroom. The two of them took some mushrooms together alongside some other psychedelic drugs. They then lit some candles. They put the TV on. They actually watched Avatar, and they were supposed to have a relaxing spiritual evening together. However, at some point during that night, things went very wrong. And by the next morning, a horrific tragedy had occurred. Because the next day at 10:23 a.m., Ash made a call to 911 and he sounded absolutely frantic. The first thing he says on the call is, quote, "This is going to sound insane because it is insane." And this is when Ash tells the 911 dispatcher that there is a dead body of a woman next to him. Ash told the 911 dispatcher that Helene was dead. Ash started rambling on to the dispatcher saying, "I don't know if you've ever done mushrooms before, but I did some mushrooms and I was not in this reality. I was in a different reality." He said that himself and Helene had been praying together, that they watched Avatar together, and then all of a sudden there was a struggle between the two of them. Ash started to say that Helene attacked him first, and that Ash, fearing for his life, attacked back. Police rush over to the home and what they found was a horror scene, and I truly mean that, because they raced up the stairs and Ash was currently trying to perform CPR on Helene and he was covered head to toe in blood. But that was nothing compared to what Helene looked like. She was completely unrecognizable. Her face was black and blue and swollen. Her whole ear was just a bruise. Her hair was matted with blood. She was covered in cuts and scratches, as well as deep lacerations that were definitely from a knife. Her body was also covered in candle wax. 2 candles also stood above her body and they were also covered in blood. There was also a ceramic statue next to her body that again was covered in blood. The police asked Ash how Helene had gotten all of these injuries, and Ash, again with his self-defense story, just said, "Well, Helene attacked me first, so I attacked her back in self-defense." The paramedics were also there and they were trying to find any signs of life, but there was none. And this is when, tragically, 29-year-old Helene Delay was pronounced dead. Ash was immediately arrested and the police searched his condo, where they found blooded clothes in the washing machine. They also found watered down blood in the bathroom, and it was very clear that a cleanup attempt had happened. Police also found a packed suitcase, which they assume indicated that Ash had maybe tried to plan an escape. They also found a knife hanging beside the bed, as well as a pocket knife, which the police assumed as murder weapons. And when they inspected Ash, he had no injuries. Like literally not a scratch on him, no bruises, nothing. Nothing to indicate that it was Helene that attacked him first. So things were already not adding up. But the worst part I have not even covered yet, because Helene's body was taken in for an autopsy and her true injuries were revealed. And oh my God, this has to be one of the most brutal, sadistic murders I've ever come across. Like, her injuries are just unbelievable. The autopsy revealed that Helene's mouth was completely pulverized. Her gums had been shredded. Her teeth were broken and some were even missing. She had a fractured neck bone, a fractured rib, an abrasion on her ear that had a burn-like quality. She had stab wounds all over her face and her neck. There was so much evidence of blunt force trauma all over her body. There was blood in her lungs. There were bruises on her neck that correlated with her being strangled. On top of all of this, she also had hemorrhaging to the tongue, eyes, scalp, windpipe, arms, legs, nose, and even her brain. But the most shocking discovery of all is that those missing teeth that she had, they were found in Helene's stomach. This was a brutal attack, a cold, sadistic, violent attack. She has so many injuries, but her cause of death was determined as a combination of blunt force trauma and strangulation. There is no way that any of the injuries to Helene were made in self-defense. So Ash Armand was now arrested and charged with murder. And when Helene's family were informed of the murder, they were just in utter shock. They were so devastated. How has Helene been murdered in such a brutal way? And when it came to Helene's funeral, because her face especially was so disfigured, the family hired a specialist and Helene underwent 15 hours of reconstructive surgery to get her and her face in a decent state for there to be an open casket, which I can't even wrap my head around that. So what is happening with Ash? Well, he is denying all responsibility. He is still going with this, it was self-defense. He admitted to killing Helene, but he said it was in self-defense and that she attacked him first, which obviously, given her injuries and his lack of injuries, is definitely 100% not true. But Ash truly thought that he was going to be able to get off scot-free for this murder. And Ash's family were completely supporting him 100%. And this next bit really rubs me up the wrong way, because Ash's family were going around begging for money for his defense. They went to his old escorting agent begging him for money, but he refused. He was like, no. So then Ash's family set up a GoFundMe account to fund his defense. Ash's family were really acting like he was an innocent man wrongly charged with a murder, like he was completely innocent. And on the GoFundMe page, they wrote, quote, "One morning in July, a very sick young woman died in Ash's home. He called 911 for help. Tragically, she did not survive." It then went on to say, quote, "Ash is being unfairly charged with a dreadful crime, and without competent defense, he could spend the rest of his life in prison." How can they do that? How can they just say that Helene just died in his home like it was some sort of accident? Her injuries do not occur from an accident. But it gets worse than that, he does, because this GoFundMe account, this campaign to defend Ash, it raised a few $1,000s. Yeah. But not just that, some of Ash's followers that had fangirled over him, they were now setting up Instagram pages supporting him. People were saying how much of a sweetheart he is and that he is this Zen person. Like on the show, he was portrayed as this person that loves meditation, that he's peaceful, that he is Zen. And people truly thought that that is what he was like in real life, not seeming to realize that reality TV is scripted and that is not actually who he is as a person. That is the role that he played. But some people out there truly thought that he was this peaceful Zen guy and that in no way was he capable of murder. And people were campaigning that he should be released immediately, and it's just crazy. So Ash was continuing on, pleading not guilty to his crimes. He even had a load of ex-colleagues supporting him. It is just crazy how much support Ash actually did get. People seem to have completely overlooked that a young woman has lost her life. Even if, for some strange reason, you think that it was an accident, she has still lost her life, and the way people were being was so insensitive. But then in September of 2021, from advice I assume was from his lawyer, Ash Armand changed his plea to guilty. And then in December of 2021, Ash was put before a judge for sentencing, where he was sentenced to 20 years for the murder of Helene. And I bet you're all wondering what the hell happened. How did such a brutal, sadistic murder happen? And I don't know. Because obviously Ash is not talking. He's obviously only going with the self-defense story. We don't actually know what happened in the lead up to the murder on that evening. We can only speculate as to what happened. Some people have speculated that Ash was performing an exorcism because he was saying that Helene had this really dark, negative energy around her, and the fact that candles were found at the scene and Helene's body was covered in candle wax. Others have speculated that it was the drugs that he took on that night, the psychedelic drugs, it made him hallucinate. But then others have also suspected that it's because of the prolonged use of steroids. And this is kind of where I'm leaning towards, because as soon as Ash started to take steroids, his personality just completely changed. He did become quite an angry, violent person, and he was taking steroids for years. And he was taking a cocktail of other drugs on top of the steroids. It literally was just a recipe for disaster. Now, why all of a sudden did he have this violent outburst? We probably will never know. But the most likely answer is that because of the steroids, because of the drugs that Ash took on that night, it led him to lash out at Helene for whatever reason in a drug-fueled violent rage. And he committed one of the most brutal, sadistic murders I've ever come across. But I want to end this video focusing on the victim of today's case. Helene Delay was described as a sweet, kind and caring person. She was given the nickname Happy Helene because she was just always smiling. She loved animals and children, and she had such a kind, peaceful soul, and she was incredibly close with her family. And whilst Helene still hadn't found her true purpose in life, she was on a path to discovery with so much love to give, and her parents and family all miss her so much. She was taken far, far too soon, and she was only 29 years old. And this is such a tragic, heartbreaking case, and I think one of the most tragic things about today's case is that there's no closure for Helene's family. They may never get the answers to the questions that they have. How did Helene get so brutally murdered? How did she even meet Ash in the first place? Like, that is still up for debate. What exactly went on in their relationship? There is only one person that can answer those questions, and he's not talking, and who knows if he ever will. And I just truly hope that Helene's family are doing okay. Today we're going to be covering the case of Pedro Rodriguez Filo. And oh boy, is this a crazy one. Pedro is the 6th most prolific serial killer ever. If you look at the list of serial killers with the most proven victims, Pedro sits right at number 6. Pedro has been convicted of 71 murders, and those are just the murders that have been proven. Pedro himself claims to have over 100 victims, which is just completely insane. It's like, how does anybody kill that many people? But what is even more insane than that is that Pedro is now a YouTuber.
Bom dia, pessoal. Bom dia pra vocês aí.
It's like, how? How are they even released from prison for starters? But how are they now a YouTuber and their channel has hundreds of thousands of subscribers and their videos have millions of views? Now, we've done a couple of cases on this channel where a YouTuber has turned into a killer, but this case is the other way round. But on top of all of that, Pedro's crimes are often celebrated. He is a serial killer. Why are people celebrating a serial killer? Pedro is often seen as a vigilante killer who killed for justified reasons. He's often compared to Dexter, which, side note, I have never seen Dexter, so don't come for me. I know it's a very popular show, but I've never seen it, but he's often compared to Dexter. But the thing is, a lot of his crimes are completely unjustified, but people just seem to overlook that. So yeah, today's case is a crazy one. Buckle up, we're going to be here for a while, grab a whole snack, and it does get a little bit confusing and complicated at times, and I've tried to make it as simple as possible, so please bear with me. Pedro Rodriguez Filo was born on the 17th of July 1954, or was born on the 17th of June 1954. We actually don't know. Some sources say it was the July birthday, some sources say it was June. But then Pedro himself likes to claim that he was born at the stroke of midnight on Hallows Eve. But he wasn't. He wasn't born on Halloween. The thing with Pedro, which we will come to learn as we go through the case, is he likes to bend the truth. And I think him just saying that he was born on Halloween plays into that kind of mythical character that he thinks that he is. So he's either a Gemini, a Scorpio according to Pedro, or our first cancer. I know, can you believe we've never done a cancer? How many crime videos have I done now? And not one of them have been a cancer, which says one of two things to me. One, all of you cancers out there are just so good and pure and angelic and you don't commit murder. Or all of you cancers out there are just good at getting away with things. It's actually funny because my husband Ashley is a cancer and he finds it very funny that we've never done a cancer. And Pedro was born in the city of Santa Rita in Brazil. We are in Brazil today. It's actually our first time in South America. And I just want to apologize in advance if I butcher any names or place names. Please bear with me. I mean, I can barely speak English. I can barely pronounce some of the easiest words sometimes. I get so tongue-tied. And he was born to parents Pedro Rodriguez Sr. and his mother Manuela Filo. Now, Pedro didn't have the best start in life because his dad, Pedro Sr., was a very violent man. And when Pedro's mom was pregnant with Pedro, I'm sorry, it gets confusing because they're both called Pedro. So when his mom was pregnant with Pedro Sr. deliberately kicked his mom in the stomach when she was pregnant. And it caused Pedro Jr., who is currently in the womb, it caused serious damage because Pedro was born with a misshapen skull and it's thought that he suffered a brain injury. And we all know what they say about head injuries. It's actually very common for serial killers to have a head injury. So things didn't get off to the best start with Pedro. I mean, he's basically born with a head injury, and that definitely throws into the debate of nature nurture. Was Pedro literally born to be a serial killer? Was he born to be the man he became? But the environment that Pedro also grew up in was a very tough environment. So again, nature, nurture, like which one is it? And I'm not going to get into nature, nurture in this video. We do not have time, but I definitely think it is an element of both when it comes to Pedro. So Pedro grew up on a farm with 7 younger brothers and sisters. So this is a pretty big family. And the family did struggle to put food on the table, which meant that the children had to go out to work to earn money for the family. And Pedro, being the eldest sibling, a lot of the responsibility was on his shoulders to also provide for the family. But that wasn't the only problem because Pedro Sr., like I've already said, was a very violent man, but especially when he drank. Meaning the children would often witness their dad being very abusive towards their mom, or they would even suffer abuse themselves. And Pedro, as a very young child, would often step between his mom and dad to protect his mom and try and make his dad focus his violence on him instead of his mom. Pedro saw it as a huge injustice that his dad would act like this towards his mom. But then Pedro's mom was also a pretty strict disciplinarian, and it's said that she ruled the house with a quote, iron fist and a Bible, and she would punish and beat the children if they ever stepped out of line. So violence was a common occurrence in the household that Pedro lived in, but it wasn't only a common occurrence in the house that he grew up in, but it was also a common occurrence on the streets of the city that Pedro grew up in. Violence was a very, very common occurrence in the city that Pedro grew up in. There was drug dealers everywhere operating in gangs, always fighting for turf. So Pedro was literally a witness to violence everywhere. Everywhere he went, there was violence. So it's definitely easy to understand how Pedro did become a violent person himself, because if that is all he is witnessing, like, it's no surprise, is it? However, Pedro did often find escape and comfort from his granddad, who he was very, very close to. And his granddad really taught him the ways of the world. He taught him all of the skills that he would need growing up. He taught Pedro how to swim, how to harvest, how to hunt. He also taught Pedro how to defend himself. Basically taught Pedro everything that he thought Pedro would need to survive in the streets of Santa Rita. His granddad also taught him how to butcher an animal. He was taught how to slaughter an ox and cut it into pieces and drain the blood. Pedro was also told that drinking the blood of an ox would give him strength. So by the age of 10 years old, Pedro was regularly going out hunting to provide food for his family. So hopefully that gives you a pretty good idea of what Pedro's childhood was like. He had to take on a lot of responsibility at a very young age. He was also also growing up in a very tough environment. He was basically not a child, if that makes sense. He had to grow up very quickly. He was also left to kind of fend for himself, and he was taught from a very young age that he needed to defend himself. And it wasn't long before Pedro was inflicting violence on others. So when Pedro was 13 years old, you've got to remember how young he is. He got into an altercation with an older cousin. So apparently, I don't know if this story is true because this is coming from Pedro himself. Apparently, Pedro had taken his cousin's horse out for a ride without asking his cousin's permission. And when his cousin found out about this, his cousin was very, very angry, and in retaliation, the cousin punched Pedro in the face. I mean, to be honest, that doesn't seem crazy to me. I mean, if you take my pet without asking, you best believe I'm going to get angry. But following this, Pedro was filled with rage. He didn't understand why his cousin was so angry with him. He didn't understand what he had done wrong. And Pedro wanted revenge. But he decided he wasn't going to get revenge straight away. Oh no, he bided his time. He waited for the right moment. So then one day, both Pedro and his older cousin were working together at their granddad's sugarcane mill. So him and his cousin are just in the middle of placing sugarcane through a big press, which is like a big machine. It has 2 rollers to like press the sugarcane to extract the juice. I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about. And this gave Pedro an idea. He saw the 2 big rollers. He saw that these 2 big rollers basically crushed everything that went in between them. And he thought, I know, I'm going to shove my cousin through the rollers. I know, it seems a bit extreme, isn't it? Like, Pedro is punched in the face by his cousin, so in return, he decides that he wants to crush his cousin, essentially murdering him. It's definitely a very extreme response. I mean, why didn't he just punch his cousin back? Like, you know, punch for a punch. So Pedro quickly grabbed his cousin's hand and shoved it into the rollers. And his cousin's arm started to get pulled through the rollers. His arm was being completely crushed. Can you imagine how painful that would have been? His arm is literally flat. But Pedro wasn't satisfied with just crushing his cousin's arm. He wanted to completely crush him, his whole body. So Pedro started shoving his cousin from behind, like shoving him, trying to get him through the rollers. But obviously the rollers don't work like that, and a human body is not the ideal shape to go through the rollers, and the machine got jammed. But Pedro still continued. He grabbed his cousin's head and tried to shove his cousin's head in between the rollers, and he was banging his cousin's head against these rollers over and over again, but it obviously wasn't working. You can't just fit a head through these rollers. So Pedro then picked up a pair of pruning shears and just started hacking away at his cousin, trying to cause as much damage as possible. And they were working in a sugarcane mill. There was obviously other workers around, and they alerted their granddad, who owns this sugar mill. Their granddad comes running in, turns the machine off, and amazingly, his cousin survived this attack. He had a completely crushed arm. He was left with permanent damage, and Pedro said at a later date that he fully intended to kill his cousin on that day. And following this attack, Pedro spent 2 nights in jail. But when the police asked his granddad if they were going to press charges, his granddad just went no. I mean, Pedro has literally just tried to kill somebody and the family are not pressing charges. But his granddad said that they were not pressing charges because the family needed Pedro. They needed him to go to work to earn money for the family to provide food. So that was it. Pedro was just released. No charges, no punishment. And obviously this is me assuming here, but Pedro probably thought, oh great, I can commit these very violent, horrific acts and not be punished, because that is definitely his mentality as we go through the case. Because a year later, at just aged 14, Pedro was about to commit his first murder. And this all started when Pedro Sr. was fired from his job. Pedro Sr. worked as a night guard at a local school, and he would just walk the halls all night, every night, just checking that everything was okay, everything was secure. And he made a pretty decent living from it. He didn't make a lot of money, but it was a pretty decent living. And the family really relied on this living to survive. But one day he got fired because he was accused of stealing. He was accused of stealing food and stationery from the school, and the deputy mayor fired him immediately. And Pedro Sr. was completely shocked by this. I mean, there was no evidence that he had stolen from the school, and he was completely outraged that they would just fire him with no evidence. And Pedro Sr. was convinced that it was actually the day guard that had stolen from the school. And Pedro Sr. went to the deputy mayor and he was like, please reconsider, it wasn't me, I think it was the day guard, please, please. But not only this, Pedro Sr. was unable to find work in another location because he was now branded a thief. So now the family, because they had lost their main source of income, were really struggling, and Pedro Jr. was really enraged by this. He just thought, this is just so unfair. How can they fire my dad with no evidence? This is a great injustice. I want revenge. So one day, Pedro Jr. went to his granddad's shed. He picked up a rifle, ammunition, a machete, and a tent, put it all in a backpack. Then he went off to camp in the woods that was close to the deputy mayor's house. And I honestly don't know why he had to go camp by the deputy mayor's house. Like, I actually don't understand why he did that, but he did go and camp by the deputy mayor's house for some reason. And he was actually there for quite a while, just camping by the house, and he was like hunting for food and everything. Like, that bit to me doesn't make sense. So then one day he decided that he was finally ready to carry out his plan. He actually turned up outside the deputy mayor's house. He found a spot just outside of the house and took cover. He pulled out his rifle and just lay in waiting. Eventually, after waiting for a while, a car pulled up and the deputy mayor was inside, and the deputy mayor stepped out of his car and Pedro just opened fire. The first shot missed the deputy mayor, but the second shot killed him instantly. And then after, Pedro just fled the scene. So Pedro had just committed his first murder, and he felt good about it. He felt completely justified. He felt like he had avenged his dad. Now, murder is obviously not the answer, but that was not what Pedro thought. And unfortunately, he now had the taste for murder and he wanted more. So Pedro, still in the mindset of he needs to avenge his dad, sets his sights on a second target. So remember I said that Pedro Sr. said that it was the day guard that had stolen from the school, not him. Well, Pedro realized, hang on a minute, he also needs to pay. Pedro believed that if the day guard had just confessed to what he had done, his dad wouldn't have been fired. So Pedro wanted revenge on the day guard. And what was his answer? Murder. And I just want to point out here, at least I'm not aware, I couldn't find anything, but there was no evidence that the day guard had even stolen from the school. And it's just crazy, Pedro's mindset. I mean, you've obviously got to understand that he's 14, so he's not exactly thinking like an adult or rationally, is he? But he is so angry that his dad has been fired with no evidence, yet he is willing to murder another person with no evidence. How is it any different? It's worse. Like, seriously, how is it justified in any way? So a month after killing the deputy mayor, Pedro went to visit the day guard at school. Pedro hid in a store cupboard until the day guard shift started, and as soon as the day guard arrived, Pedro cornered him. Pedro pointed his gun at the day guard and said he wanted to talk. From this point going forward, Pedro decided that for every person he was going to kill, he wanted to make sure that he sat them down and told them exactly why he was killing them, like he's some kind of vigilante killer, supervillain in a movie. So with Pedro pointing a gun at the day guard, he looked him in the eyes and said, "My brothers are starving because of you. Is it fair that you did this?" The guard was absolutely terrified. I mean, who wouldn't be? And he was pleading for his life. But it was too late. Pedro had already made up his mind. He decided that the day guard must die. Pedro shot the day guard twice before piling a bunch of furniture on top of his body and then setting it alight. And then again, just like before, he fled the scene. So Pedro, at the age of 14, I know 14, has carried out two very brutal, cold, unjustified murders. Because I know his dad got fired and everything, but you can't go murdering people just because you get fired. So Pedro, in order to hide from the police, he flees to Sao Paulo to stay with his godmother. And this is when a new phase in Pedro's life starts. One of many phases. He goes through many, okay? Because when he arrives in Sao Paulo, once he's settled down a little bit, he starts to get involved in a lot of drug and gang activity. And this is also when he meets a woman whose name or nickname is called Booty. Now, Booty was a pretty well-known drug trafficker and local gangster, and it's said that she would use her beauty and influence to attract young teenage boys to work for her. So basically, she was a sexual predator because Booty would sleep with these teenage boys, and this is exactly what she did with Pedro. At only 14 years old, she slept with Pedro, taking his virginity. And I actually don't know how old Booty is, but she's an adult, I would guess 30s maybe. It wasn't long until Pedro actually moved out of his godmother's house and moved into Booty's house. And he was working as a drug trafficker, drug dealer. He was actually moving up the ranks pretty quickly. I think he became like Booty's favorite. And the other people that worked for Booty, basically the other teenagers, were not happy about this because they were just like, why is Pedro moving up so quickly? Like, why is he getting all the opportunities? Like, I want them. I've been around longer. Given the nature and the environment that Pedro is living and working in now, there was quite a few people that wanted to take him out. So one day, a group of 3 other boys, teenagers, probably around the same age as Pedro, approached Pedro and said, hey, do you want to go somewhere quiet and smoke some weed with us? So they took Pedro to a nearby lagoon, and Pedro started to think, like, this doesn't feel right. Something feels off here. Pedro could see that the other boys were armed, which to be honest was not uncommon for the business that he was in and the people that he surrounded himself with. There was just something about the boys, something about the way they were acting. Pedro just didn't trust them. So Pedro pulled out his own gun, pointed it at the 3 boys and said to them, drop your weapons. And as soon as the 3 boys were unarmed, Pedro just started shooting. He ended up killing 2 of the boys, and the 3rd one ended up in hospital. And it's not actually known if these 3 boys were planning on killing Pedro. We don't know. But it didn't matter to Pedro. It really didn't. He thought that these 3 boys deserve to die. And even though murder is never the answer, I am not going to sit here and pretend like I know what life would have been like for Pedro. Like, I live in a completely different world, and I can understand that in some situations it's like kill or be killed. Not that it's the answer, but I can understand why these things happen. I wish that they didn't, but I can understand that they do. So it's like some of the murders I can understand. They're not right, but I can understand. But they are never justified. And also, none of the murders that we have covered so far make him a vigilante. And from that day forward, when he killed 2 of those boys, Pedro was seen as someone not to be messed with, someone that will kill without hesitation. And people started to refer to him as Cartridge Petey, but they obviously said it in Portuguese. That is obviously the English translation. And that is because his favorite weapon was a sawn off shotgun. However, as Pedro became more ruthless and more feared, he made more enemies. And one of these enemies was a rival gang leader who was a man named China. Now, Pedro saw him as a bully and a cheat. Just overall, not a good person. And I just sometimes think, oh my God, Pedro, have you looked in the mirror? I mean, you're killing people. You're no better than any of these people. So one day, Pedro decided he was going to take revenge on China because China was such a bad person, which granted, he probably was, but Pedro is no better. So Pedro carried out a robbery of China's gang. He stole weapons and drugs. And as you can imagine, China was furious. He was a gang leader, rival gang leader. He felt disrespected, he felt cheated, and he just could not believe the cheek of this 14-year-old. It's like, who the hell is this 14-year-old coming to me as this gang leader and robbing from me? And China, of course, wanted revenge. But China decided that he wasn't going to do anything just yet. He was going to bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity, kind of like Pedro earlier on in the story. And we will revisit this because China does end up getting his revenge. So Pedro continued to work for Booty as a drug dealer, drug trafficker, and I think he was Booty's number 2 at this point, and he had formed a very close relationship with Booty, but this all came to an end when Booty was murdered, because one day the police had turned up to basically bust Booty because she was a high-level drug dealer, and shots were fired, all hell broke loose, and Booty was shot in the process and she died. And this had a huge impact on Pedro because Booty was his mentor and abuser. Pedro had grown really close to her and he was really affected by her death because he kind of felt like, how can she die? Like, she's so powerful. She's this high-level drug dealer, gang leader. And with Booty dead and Pedro basically being her number 2, he knew there was no one really to protect him, so he flees to stay with family. He went to stay with his aunt and uncle who were living just in another town. And this, when he went to stay with his aunt and uncle, began another phase in Pedro's life, and that was a spiritual awakening. So when Pedro went to stay with his aunt and uncle, they started to tell him that they were practitioners of something called candomblé. I really hope that that is how you pronounce it. And the religion believes in spirit offerings, ceremonial dances, animal sacrifices. Members of this religion that carried out these practices were said to be both spiritually and physically cleansed, and that going forward, their spirit would be protected from their enemies. Pedro was thinking, great, that is exactly what I need. I need my spirit protected. I have all of these enemies. Booty has just been murdered. I need protection. Pedro saw Booty as someone that was invincible, but she wasn't, and he did not want to suffer the same fate himself. So Pedro decided that he was going to join the religion. But to join the religion, this required a ritual. And I've got to warn you, we are going to be briefly discussing animal sacrifices, and I know animal stuff is like a huge no, so if you don't want to hear anything, maybe skip forward 2 minutes. So at the beginning of the ritual, Pedro had to shave all of his hair off. His head, body, everywhere. He had to shave completely. And then he had to gather gunpowder, 7 stringed beans, a black cat, and a coconut with all of the hair from the coconut removed. Pedro was then ordered to kill the cat, drink the blood from the cat, and then cover himself in the remains of the cat. So organs everywhere, blood, guts, everything. And then he was to place seeds inside of the cat and then bury the cat. And whilst Pedro was burying the cat, several members of the religion danced around him, and Pedro himself has said that at that moment he felt himself become possessed. A week after this ritual, Pedro dug up the cat, removed the seeds from inside the cat, which had hardened at this point, and from the seeds he made a necklace. He then wore this necklace, and this necklace was supposed to protect him from any of his enemies. It was supposed to protect his spirit. And from this moment forward, Pedro fully believed that he was invincible. He was convinced that knives wouldn't harm him, that bullets would not pierce his skin. Going forward now, Pedro was not scared of anything because even though he wasn't really scared of much before, he was still scared of dying. But now he thought that he was invincible. I feel like I need to pause for a second because a couple of years have gone past and Pedro is 16. It's so crazy. He's a child. He's already killed 4 people by the age of 16. But not only has he killed 4 people, he has enjoyed it. He has got enemies everywhere. He's got enemies of very powerful, dangerous people, and he's 16. And after the ritual, Pedro's confidence only grew. And now Pedro had decided that he was a defender of the weak. Pedro basically believed that he was Robin Hood. He would hijack food trucks and feed the poor. He would burn down businesses of basically gangs, you know, the businesses that are just a front for drug and gangs and stuff. He would burn down those businesses that were taking advantage of other people. He would kill men that harmed women. And I don't condone murder or violence or whatever, but all of the hijacking of food trucks and protecting the vulnerable, protecting the poor, giving to the poor, I think we can all get behind. They are the only crimes, in my opinion, that are vigilante, protecting people from the gang members and stuff. Everything else, not vigilante, but that's just my opinion. But Pedro himself fully believed he was a vigilante killer and he thrived in this role. And I just think, what makes Pedro the judge? You know, like what makes him literally the judge, jury, and executioner? What gives him the right to essentially decide who lives or dies? And I just want to point out that Pedro, even though he's doing this vigilante stuff and he's doing all this Robin Hood stuff and everything, he's still operating in gang activity and he's still living the lifestyle, the very lavish lifestyle that comes with that. So is he really the hero that everyone makes him out to be? I don't think so. So Pedro continued to move around. He didn't stay in one place for too long because he had so many enemies. And he ended up in Rio, and this is where he meets a woman named Maria Olympia. And Pedro soon fell in love with Maria. And it wasn't long after that she fell pregnant. So things are, in Pedro's mind anyway, things are great. He's met the love of his life. She is pregnant. He's still living this avenging Robin Hood kind of lifestyle. But this would all come crashing down for Pedro because one day when he returned home, he found Maria on the floor covered in blood. She had been murdered, as well as their 7-month unborn child. And on the wall, written in Maria's blood, were the words, "We will get you." And Pedro was absolutely devastated and heartbroken. I mean, the love of his life, but his unborn child has been murdered. And he was like, who the hell did this? And at this point, Pedro didn't have a clue who did it because he had that many enemies. But Pedro swore to himself that he was going to track down whoever did this and get revenge. Over the next year, I know, a very long time, Pedro went round to all of his enemies, torturing and murdering people to try and get answers on who did this. But after a year of trying, he had still gotten nowhere. And then all of a sudden, Pedro was in a bar drinking when a young woman approached him, and she was the ex-girlfriend of a gang leader called China. Remember China, the rival gang leader that said he would get revenge on Pedro one day? Well, this young woman said that it was China who had ordered the murder of his pregnant girlfriend, Maria. China had been biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to get revenge on Pedro. And he finally decided that the perfect revenge was killing the love of his life with his unborn child. And Pedro was outraged. He was so annoyed at himself, for starters, because he was so annoyed that he hadn't realized that it was China. He had been looking for the person responsible for this for over a year, and he was annoyed that he hadn't realized this himself. And as you can imagine, Pedro decided that he was going to get revenge for this, and he was going to murder China. So first, Pedro needed to track down China. He needed to find out where he was, and he soon found out that there was going to be a wedding the following weekend, and China and China's whole family were going to be at this wedding. And Pedro did not hesitate. He recruited 2 of his friends, made sure that they were fully armed, and they all turned up at the wedding. When they arrived at the wedding, they were greeted by an old man who asked them who were they. And Pedro said, "I am an honored guest of China. I believe the most awaited guest of the night." Pedro then spotted China. He barged the old man out of the way, pulled out his sawn-off shotgun, and just opened fire. He first aimed at China, hitting him in the chest and killing him instantly. But Pedro did not stop there. All of China's family were there, and also gang members of China's gang were there. These men worked for China, therefore they were equally guilty. Pedro vowed to kill every man at that wedding. He did say that he was not going to harm any women and children because he believed that they were innocent, which I just want to point out, like, not every man at that wedding was a part of the gang, had anything to do with anything. They were innocent. Again, how is this vigilante? So Pedro, along with his 2 friends, just started shooting indiscriminately. And there was chaos at this wedding. People were screaming because there were 3 people just indiscriminately firing shots everywhere, but Pedro didn't care. He was just calmly walking around, shooting as many people as he could. Pedro ended up killing 7 men that night and wounded 16. And when him and his 2 friends were done shooting everyone at the wedding, they went to the bar that was at the wedding and sat down for a drink to celebrate. So after this wedding massacre, the heat was really on to catch Pedro. I mean, of course it was. He's just killed 7 men. And the police were on his tail. And on the 24th of May, 1973, when Pedro is just 18, I know, he's still incredibly young. How many people has he killed? And he's only 18. I think it's very easy to forget how young he is when he's doing all of this. When the police catch up to Pedro to arrest him, Pedro didn't come quietly and a huge gunfight broke out, and Pedro did get shot and wounded in the process. I don't exactly know how many times he got shot, but he did, and he passed out. And when he woke up in the hospital surrounded by news reporters. Apparently the media were having quite the field day because they had clocked on to Pedro and his killing spree, and everyone was calling him Cartridge Petey. And the media were also fascinated with Pedro's claims that he was a vigilante killer. Pedro had always claimed that he had only killed for righteous reasons, and because of this, Pedro ended up all over the news. Pedro was then sent to court to face up to his charges. The whole thing was a media fiasco, and Pedro was being charged with 18 homicides. And when Pedro found out that he was only being charged with 18, he was outraged. He turned round in the court and said to everyone there, the reporters, "Only 18? It can't be as little as 18. I've killed over 100 men." Pedro was actually angry and annoyed that he was only being charged with 18. He wanted all the credit and the glory for 100 victims. I mean, that's what he claims anyway. And in the end, Pedro was only convicted for 14 murders, and he was sentenced to 126 years in prison. And at this point, people thought, great, he's been arrested, sent to court, convicted, and now he's been sentenced to 126 years. His killing spree is finally over. But they were wrong. So we all know by now that Pedro only likes to kill, quote, bad people. And what kind of people are in prison? Bad people. Pedro had no intention of slowing down. He relished the idea of going to prison. Now, Pedro was pretty notorious. A lot of the people in the prisons knew who he was. A lot of people didn't like him. A lot of his enemies were in prison, and a lot of people wanted to kill Pedro. So he was given the option for protective custody, where he would be kept away from the other prisoners and kept alive, essentially. But Pedro turned this down. He was like, I don't want protective custody. I want to go to general population. And Pedro wasted no time continuing on his killing spree because he murdered another person before he even got to prison. When Pedro was being transferred from the courthouse to prison, he was put in a van, and he was put in a van with a rapist. Now, Pedro said that he hated rapists above anybody else. Pedro said that he absolutely despised men that took advantage of women, and by the time that van pulled up to the prison, there was only one man left alive, and that was Pedro. Pedro had killed the convicted rapist. And when Pedro arrived at prison, he was entering a very tough environment. Brazilian prisons have a reputation of being some of the toughest and most violent prisons in the world. And in the 70s, which is when Pedro is going to prison, they were at their worst. They were overcrowded, unsanitary, uncomfortable, unsafe. There could be dozens of prisoners in a single cell with not even enough room to lie down. Drugs, weapons, and women were often smuggled in. Gang warfare was rife, and the prison guards were either corrupt and they aided all of this behavior, or they just were unable to control the prisons and could do nothing about this behavior. Meaning that the inmates were kind of left to govern themselves. Violent outbursts were a common occurrence daily. Deaths were a common occurrence almost daily. Gang wars would often leave other prisoners decapitated or disemboweled. So pretty tough conditions, like some of the toughest conditions imaginable. But to no one's surprise, Pedro thrived in these conditions. Pedro arrived at the prison with a huge target on his back. I mean, a lot of the prisoners hated him because they were enemies of him, rival gangs and everything. But a lot of people also didn't like Pedro because Pedro had this almost celebrity status, this vigilante killer, this person that would kill without hesitation. And other prisoners almost saw this as a challenge. Pedro was ambushed by 5 other prisoners that wanted to make an example of him. They quickly surrounded Pedro for the attack. However, they seriously underestimated him because by the end of the fight, 3 out of the 5 that had ambushed him were murdered. Pedro had murdered 3 of them and seriously injured the other 2. And from that day going forward, Pedro was known as a legend. He became someone that no one would mess with. And a lot of people tried to keep their distance from him because they knew that he would kill without hesitation. But even though everyone tried to avoid him, his killing spree did not end. Over the following years, Pedro murdered 47 people. You heard that right, 47. He would usually carry out these murders with homemade knives or with weapons that had been smuggled in. But other times he would literally just break people's necks with his bare hands. Pedro had made himself judge, jury, and executioner. Pedro would often target criminals who were rapists, pedophiles, anyone that targeted women and children. When you hear this, when you hear the kind of people that he's targeting, you can understand how he got this reputation of being a vigilante killer. You can. But then he also murdered someone in prison because they were snoring too loudly. And then another time, Pedro murdered someone because he caught someone spying on him during a conjugal visit, which, yeah, creepy, yes. But both of those not vigilante killings. But this did not stop Pedro being celebrated in the media. It's just crazy. Pedro literally became this mini celebrity. I shouldn't even say mini. He was literally a celebrity and he became the most dangerous and feared man in Brazil. And of course, Pedro is like a lot of serial killers. He loved his newfound fame. Pedro regularly received fan mail and love letters, and he also received several marriage proposals. But not only that, Pedro was receiving requests from the public to carry out hits on other prisoners for them. So what, Pedro is a hitman now? And unbelievably, he carried out some of these hits. If he believed that the person who was requesting the hit was genuine and their story was genuine, Pedro would kill that inmate for them. Do you know how many innocent people are in prison? What gives Pedro the right to decide if someone is innocent or not? Like, what gives him the right to take away someone's life? It's just completely unbelievable. It is. And I just don't understand why he is so celebrated. There was also an incident where Pedro murdered one of his friends in prison. And this story might get a bit confusing, so please bear with me. Because honestly, this story that I'm about to tell, I have condensed it, but this could be a video on its own. So Pedro's friend was a man called Claudio, and they had become very good friends in prison, and Pedro had vowed to protect Claudio in prison. And eventually Claudio was released from prison, and Pedro said, "Go stay with my grandmother. If you've got nowhere to live, go stay with her, she'll put you up." So Claudio went to stay with Pedro's grandmother, got to know Pedro's family, and ended up starting to date his sister. And then one night there was a little family drama, a little bit of an altercation, and Claudio and Pedro's brother got into a little bit of an argument. Both of them pulled their guns out. Claudio went to shoot Pedro's brother, but missed and actually shot Pedro's sister instead, killing her. So now Claudio had killed Pedro's sister, was sent back to prison for this, and he was sent to the same prison as Pedro. And when he arrived, Pedro said to him, "Listen, I know it was an accident, I forgive you. And Claudio was like, oh God, thank God, because he knew that Pedro killed without hesitation. However, Pedro had not forgiven Claudio because a short time later, Claudio was just in his cell. Pedro entered his cell, walked up behind him and just started stabbing him repeatedly in the neck. Pedro continued to stab Claudio in the neck until his head had been completely decapitated. And then Pedro just left the cell, left Claudio there, and went back to his business. Pedro left happy, knowing that he had avenged his sister's death. And this is what Pedro's life was like in prison. He pretty much could do whatever he wanted. He could kill anyone he wanted, and he got away with it. No one even said anything. But then Pedro got some news in prison that would change everything. It would have a huge impact on him. So one day he was called into the prison guard's office, and they said that they had some news about Pedro's mom. And Pedro thought that this was very weird because he had literally seen his mom in person just that morning. Pedro's mom visited Pedro regularly. She went every single week, and he was just like, well, if there's any news about my mom, surely she would have told me herself. But then the prison director informed Pedro that his mom had been murdered. She had been stabbed to death whilst she slept. But the shocking news wasn't over yet, because they knew who had murdered Pedro's mom, and it was Pedro's dad, Pedro Sr. Pedro's dad stabbed his mom 21 times. Pedro was just absolutely floored by this news because he was just like, how can my dad kill apparently the woman that he loves? Pedro was allowed to visit the morgue, and he stood over his mom's body and he made a vow to himself. He promised his mom that he would avenge her death, he would kill his dad and eat his heart. So Pedro Sr. was convicted of the murder, and can you believe it? He was sent to the same prison as Pedro. It's like, come on, we all know what Pedro is like by now, like send him to another prison. And Pedro Sr. was placed in a different part of the prison on purpose because they knew that Pedro Jr. wanted to kill him. But I think we all know what happens. Pedro pretty much runs this prison and he does whatever he wants. So one day Pedro says to a prison guard, oh, I'm not feeling too good, like, oh, I'm not feeling well. So the guard enters Pedro's cell, and Pedro then threatened this guard at knife point, told the guard to hand over his gun and his keys. Pedro then used the gun to round up all of the other prison guards, and he locked them all in his cell. So now Pedro has free reign of the prison. There are 0 prison guards around. Not that I think that they would have stopped him anyway. And Pedro knew exactly what he was going to do. He makes his way to his dad's cell. When he arrives at his dad's cell, he points the gun at Pedro Sr. Pedro Sr. made no attempt to run or hide. It's almost like he knew what was coming and he had resigned to his own fate. Pedro Sr. then looked at Pedro Jr. and said, "You are right, my son." Pedro then launched himself at his dad. He dropped the gun and wrestled his dad to the ground, where he stabbed him 22 times. Pedro stabbed his dad one more time, then Pedro's dad stabbed his mom. Pedro then kept to his word and got his knife and cut out his dad's heart. He had vowed to his mom that he would eat his dad's heart. So Pedro proceeded in taking a bite out of his dad's heart, but the heart was too tough and chewy and Pedro couldn't actually eat it, so he just spat out the remains on his dad's body, and then he just calmly walked away. He walked back to his cell. He let out all of the prison guards. He then allowed himself to be handcuffed and taken away. So that was very intense, and that is probably the most infamous killing of Pedro. However, one more very significant thing was going to happen until Pedro's killing spree actually does come to an end. So according to Pedro, this all started because another prisoner had started a rumor about Pedro's friend, and then because of that rumor, Pedro's friend was murdered. And Pedro was absolutely furious about this. He blamed the inmate that started that rumor for his friend's death, and Pedro swore to take vengeance out on this inmate. The prisoner that had started this rumor was a transgender inmate, and in the prison that Pedro was kept in, the transgender inmates were kept in a separate part of the prison, and Pedro decided that he did not like any of the transgender inmates, so he decided that he was going to storm into the transgender section and just kill as many people as he could. And tragically, this is exactly what he did. And by the end of his rampage, he had killed 16 prisoners. Now, this incident was horrific enough to actually force the prison to do something about Pedro. They had decided that enough was enough, like he was killing too many people. Pedro was then sent to a psychiatric ward, and he was ordered to not have any contact with any other prisoners. And this is exactly what I mean when I say that Pedro is not a vigilante killer. He has purposely gone into the transgender section of the prison to kill inmates just because they're trans. So please tell me, how is that a vigilante killer? Pedro has spoken about this incident later on to a reporter where he said, quote, "Gone crazy, killing," insert derogatory word because I won't say it. And then he also said that he was deaf for 3 days after this because of the screams of the prisoners that he was murdering. And for some reason, the fact that he has just killed 16 transgender people just because they're trans gets glossed over. No one wants to focus on it because it doesn't fit the vigilante narrative, and it makes my blood boil. Everyone wants to forget about this because everyone just wants to celebrate him. Oh, Pedro only kills bad people. I'm sorry, he doesn't. He has now been sent to a psychiatric ward. He was evaluated and they deemed him to be a psychopath. Shock. Horror. They said that he was incapable of feeling remorse, and he was then ordered to live in complete isolation under maximum security, and he was not allowed to interact with any other prisoners. From 1992 to 2002, pretty much the whole time Pedro was in his 40s, he was completely isolated. He spent pretty much 23 hours a day in a cell on his own. He was only ever allowed out to do a little bit of exercise every day, and even then he was always accompanied by 2 prison guards who were ordered to shoot and kill if he ever stepped out of line. Pedro spent most of his time reading, exercising, playing solitaire, and repeatedly punching a bag of sand. And believe it or not, the isolation actually worked. After 10 years of being completely isolated, Pedro was let back into general population, and he never killed again. Which I've got to say, this is definitely the first time I have ever heard of isolation working. I have only ever heard of isolation having a negative impact on people, but apparently in Pedro's case, it worked. And then in 2007, Pedro was released from prison altogether. I know, can you believe it? What the actual hell? At this point, Pedro had been convicted of 71 murders. And of course, his sentence kept getting longer the more people he killed. And his cumulative sentence was 400 years. 400 years. How has he been released? Well, apparently at this time in Brazil, there was a law that said no prisoner could spend more than 30 years in prison regardless of what they had done, regardless of their prison sentence. So that was that. Pedro had served 30 years and he was released. It's just crazy that someone that has committed 71 murders and is thought to have committed a lot more, possibly into the hundreds, is just released. And he actually did get rearrested not long after he was released, and he spent a few more years in prison. He was rearrested due to some crimes that he committed in prison, nothing outside of prison. And then in 2017, at the age of 63, he was released for good. But the story doesn't end there, because Pedro now has a YouTube channel.
Bom dia, pessoal. Bom dia pra vocês aí, tá?
It's just crazy to think that one of the world's worst serial killers, because I think it's very easy to forget that he sits at number 6 of most proven victims of serial killers ever, okay? It's just crazy to think that a serial killer as prolific as Pedro is now a YouTuber. How do we live in a world where that happens? So Pedro's friend, Pablo Silva, created a YouTube channel. Pablo helps Pedro make videos on his daily life, just getting a haircut, like what he does in a day. But what I think is absolutely crazy is that some of the videos are actually Pedro giving his opinion on current crime in Brazil. It's just like, what the hell? So Pedro Rodriguez Filho, who is a serial killer with at least 71 victims, now has a lifestyle and true crime channel. The two of them grew the channel to have over 250,000 subscribers, and a few of the videos also had over 1 million views. In Pedro's channel trailer, it says, quote, "In this channel, you will know and follow the life of the greatest serial killer in Brazil." However, since starting my research, because I've been researching this case for quite a while, like I started looking into this case, it was like December time. The channel was still up and everything, but since I've like been doing my deep dive research in the last few weeks, the channel has gone. The channel has actually been rebranded. It's almost like Pablo has now taken over the channel and completely rebranded it. Like I even looked on Social Blade and you can see that there are videos deleted because millions of views just disappear overnight. It's like, I don't know what happened, but clearly Pablo and Pedro fell out. But anyway, Pedro has since started his own channel just on his own now, where he now has 500 subscribers, and he still, to this day, posts videos about his life. Like the last video he posted was just a few days ago. So what are your thoughts on this case? This is a crazy one. This is definitely like the most unbelievable case in the terms of he's out. He's one of the most prolific serial killers and he has a YouTube channel. Personally, I think I've made it pretty clear throughout this whole video, but I don't think he was a vigilante killer. I think Pedro was someone that liked to kill. I don't think you can deny that. And given the environment that he was in outside of prison, I mean, he was very involved in gangs and drugs and guns and everything. He just happened to be killing, quote, bad people because of the world that he was in. And then he went to prison, which is obviously going to be full of, quote, bad people. And because he liked to kill, he was then also killing bad people in prison, if that makes sense. And then I don't know who came up with it. I don't know if it was Pedro himself or somebody else. Somebody then put this whole vigilante spin on it to excuse what he's doing. I think if this video was purely about Pedro wanting to avenge the murder of his mom, his sister, his pregnant girlfriend, I think we could all understand why he murdered people. I think we could all understand that there are emotions involved. Not that murder is ever the answer, but I think we could understand. But this is a man that made himself judge, jury, and executioner, and he killed people for stupid reasons like snoring too loudly. And then he also went on a murderous rampage where he killed 16 people just because they were transgender. It's just crazy when you think about it, because who the hell has killed 71 people is a serial killer, one of the most prolific in the world, and they are celebrated. So that was the story of Pedro Filho. Not a vigilante killer. I'm sorry, you will never convince me that he is a vigilante killer. And there was a really good book on this case, and I used that book quite a lot for my research. It is a very good book if you wanted to read a bit more about this case, because I did have to cut a few things out. Definitely go check that book out. I will leave a link to it in the description box if you wanted to go check it out. So yeah, please leave me all of your thoughts on this case. Like, I really want to know, because I feel like from doing my research, it is 50-50. 50% of the people that know about this case think he's a vigilante, celebrate him, think he's amazing, he's a hero. And then the other 50% are kind of like me and think, hang on a minute, he's killed at least 71 people. How are we celebrating this? He is not a vigilante killer. So yeah, let me know all your thoughts, theories, and opinions. I want to know, especially on this case. Like, I want to know what you all think. Don't forget to leave me your case suggestions in the comments down below. I always want to know what you want to hear next, and I'll see you all in my next video. Bye.